right. How's everybody doing tonight? Okay. Let me check my audio. Sorry. How's everybody doing? It's good to see everybody tonight. And this is something people asked me to do a review on. Quite a few people. Um, Recently, a few days ago, there was a panel on Fox Soul with Umar Johnson, Cynthia G, some woman named Hope that was a trans woman, and the other guy. I don't even know his name. Um, I don't even remember what they said, but there was a discussion. Is there a war waged on black men? Okay. And there's people that believe there's an ongoing war to hurt black men, to, you know, uh, do things to black men. Okay. That white supremacy's in full fledged, just, their goal is just to get the black men, that they just want to do something to them. Um, we hear about the snow bunny crisis Umar has talked about, dangerous snow bunnies, trying to get money from black women or black men's accounts, right? uh, but anyway, I'm not going to go into that, but they had a discussion, and there's a lot of feelings about this going around, and I'm going to do a reaction. I'm going to give you my perspective, okay? I'm going to give you a white man's perspective, and I'm going to be honest. People probably call me racist for it, but they call me racist for being white, so whatever. Uh, I'm going to give my honest opinion on this, okay? All right, and I will make this disclaimer. Look, there is no man better than the next man, black, white, or whatever. Okay, we're all human. Okay, but some people think there's certain men being targeted. Okay, unfairly, and we have a history of unfairness. I get it. We have a history of racism. We have a history, horrible, evil stuff. Okay, we got a world history of it. You know, but we're going to get into this, and I'm going to have an open panel. So before I even start, okay, I'm going to open up the panel. Yeah, if I breathe, I'm racist. Yes, it just, we can't help it. You're born white, you're just racist. That's the qualification in today's world. If you're white, you're racist. I mean, there's the debate's over. You can't even. Hey, you didn't do nothing racist. Shut up, racist. Okay, that's the way it is. If you breathe, hey, okay. So, being here as White Zaddy, I'm going to have to just give my honest opinion, right? And we're going to dig into this, okay? We're going to have fun, okay? And my intention isn't to dig in on a certain group, okay? I'm not here to go in on black men, okay? I'm going to just give my honest opinion. What's going on in society. And I want the ladies to come up and, do a reaction on this also. Okay. You know, because, I think some things, there's some misconceptions, quite a few. There's some victimization, there's excuses, there's stuff going on. Okay, well, let me not get all into that. Um, yeah, if I wear white, I'm racist, right? The snowman outfit, the white zaddy uh sport jacket with the, blue color represents icy water and the snow, because roadrunners coming through as the white zaddy snowman. Okay. Yeah. So I felt this was good attire for this professional discussion from White Zaddy, and I'll give you my opinion, and we'll have a good time with this. But before we get started, okay, um, I'm going to put down the link. So if you're ready, ladies, hey, this is free. You know, it's time for a discussion, and I will say this too. Okay, if you feel some emotions or something, maybe you need to sit this one out. But hey, I'm going to be as honest as I can. I know that will label me as racist. It's already just being who I am is labeled that being honest. Okay, but we'll go in on it anyway. And if you want me to do a reaction on something like this, I have no problem. Okay, let me go ahead and open up the panel. And like I said, I want you on right away if you want to be on this panel because I'm going to start from the beginning. Okay, this is a long video, so I might skip around a little bit and hit some points. Or we might just go through the whole thing and just do a reaction all the way. Hey, hashtag Black Woman. Good to see you, young lady. It's been a little while. Good to see you. Yeah. Check out hashtag Black Woman's channel. It's an awesome channel. It's growing quick. A lot of awesome content. A lot of good stuff. Check it out. Yeah, all right. We got the panel coming up. Got a couple people.
Hi guys.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Who's Kay?
Hello.
Who's
Kay.
Kay?
Hi, this is me, Kay.
KT
Oh, okay.
Creator. How you doing,
Yep.
young lady?
Hello.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
And then
Is this K? Is that KP Margot?
No.
No,
My name
no,
is
no.
KT.
KT. Okay.
Well,
all right.
Katie,
I
yeah,
just
so I
see
say
the letter
KT.
K. Okay. Hi, Larissa.
Hashtag Black Woman. Good to see you.
Hello.
It's
Hey,
been a little
hashtag
bit.
Black Woman.
Hey y'all, long time no see y'all. I've been taking a nice summer vacation. I needed a whole long break from YouTube.
Oh yeah,
I don't
I get you
blame
there. YouTube can be something else.
Yeah,
But I'm so glad to see you covering this, Brent. I was looking for your perspective, but you're right on point already. Hey everybody.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yeah, we're going to get into this. I'm going to get some hate on this. Ooh, yeah.
Hey, you might as well rip
hey,
that Band-Aid off.
Yeah, you know what? Let it bleed because it's coming.
Yes, I can't wait. Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, but let me do the disclaimer. Okay, hey, what's on your mind is here.
Hey.
Okay,
Hello,
we got
what's on your
Hello.
mind?
Hello.
Hey, when we get into this, ladies, let's try to keep it like short and to the point. I mean, not too short, but I want everybody to have a say in this. I know we get long-winded, and I'm very guilty of this. And if I do, hey, just say, hey, you know what? Yeah, okay, you're going a little long. I give you permission to tell me that, okay? Because sometimes I get long-winded. But yeah, we miss you. Hashtag yeah.
Yes.
And a lot of people know our channel. If you don't, you better get over there.
I do, and I'm a subscriber.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm a subscriber.
I've noticed that she's been gone. She usually drops stuff in the community tab, and I'm like, okay, what's up with this girl? Where she at? What's she doing? What's going on? Do I need to send out an APB?
Yeah. Send out a search team.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go ahead and put the disclaimer up there. Okay, and give a shout out to Foxhole for putting great entertainment,
Yes,
and bringing us good stuff. And check out their channel; they got good content on there. I am a subscriber to it, by the way. So, I'm not just a
casual voyeur.
Yeah, I'm just not, But anyway,
you got one up on me.
Okay, well. Hey.
You know what? It's not that I love some of the content, but I don't. There's one person on there in particular that he grinds my.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Just because I subscribe, don't mean I agree with everything they do.
Yeah.
No.
I just don't want to see that purple in my notifications every day. That's why I don't.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I love the color purple, but But I love it when people pull up, find the goodies and bring it over. Yes, indeed. I'm here for it.
Hey, this panel was amazing. It was awesome. I enjoyed it.
It really was.
I saw a couple minutes of it and I said, stop. Brent's going to do this. Brent's going to respond to this. So I'm going to save all my wins. Because I know he cannot not do this. Not with Dr. Umar sitting up there.
Oh, that's my chubby buddy. Chubby buddy Umar. Hey, you know what?
Good
Hey,
Lord. I
you
knew
know
you was
what?
gonna say
Hey,
that.
he's got his academy. You know, and I'm thinking about having the White Zaddy Academy. You know, where
Yeah,
and
he literally was
Please
talking
do.
about that. Starting a White Zaddy Academy. I said, Lord.
you know what? If I had the resources, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I would train
Yeah,
what
Corey up here cracking up.
I would train white men and men of other races. You know, and teach them how to be that white zaddy, you know, and how to be professional, how to be successful, how to get that professional black woman, you know, that or that traditional black woman, you know, because black women are amazing, and you know, us as white men need to level up and open up our options. Truth be told, we get the better end of the deal. I'm just going to say it, but you know, but here is the copyright disclaimer. Okay, take a look at this. Okay, we're going to be using this video under the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. All right, and we're going to use this for education. Okay, and is there a war on black men? I don't know. I want to learn, but I'll give you my opinion. And this could be educational. We can learn about different people's mindset on this. And you know, you got two men on there. You got Tammy Mack, the host, and you got Cynthia G. Everybody knows her, right? And then you got Lady Hope. She's a trans woman. Okay, did I get that right? And then, of course, the the snow bunny lover himself, Umar Johnson, heavyweight snow bunny lover. And then the other guy. I'm sorry, I didn't learn his name. I guess I should have. No disrespect, I just don't know the guy. Anyway, but there it is, the copyright disclaimer. If you need to go back and read it, rewind it, and check it out. But let's go ahead. Let me drop this, and I could go ahead and take that down. And I want the least amount of stuff up here because I don't want to, if somebody's trying to come up, I don't want to miss them because sometimes I had show where people just sit in backstage and I don't even see it because we have a number of people. Okay. Are you guys ready? You ready for this?
Yep.
All right, ladies, you ready?
So ready. So ready.
Ready.
Snow bunnies, you ready? All right. White Zaddy
ready.
Brigade, you ready? Okay. All right, let me add it to the stream.
Welcome to.
Okay, let me just okay. All right, I'll stop it in between and ladies, we give our opinion, and if you want me to stop, say, "Hey, stop there," okay? I want to get the most out of this. All right, and big shout out Fox Soul, the host, Tammy Mack being black, okay? And I'm White Zaddy being white. And hey, let's get into it. Here we go.
The Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack. Now, during American slavery, many slave owners were terrified of their slaves' insurrection, and retaliation by the enslaved was perceived as a constant threat. That threat, in their minds, was spearheaded by black men, whom they did their best to humiliate and emasculate as much as they could. When did that physical and psychological warfare against black men end? Or is there a war on black men to this day?
Okay, she's talking about slavery. Okay, our past history on slavery. Okay, and now she's saying, is there a war on black men to this day? Okay, is there something going on? Is there a conspiracy to attack black men?
Can I jump in real fast
Yeah,
here?
go ahead.
Because
Yeah.
I just want to say that just notice how everything is prefaced with slavery, as like it always is, and how it's almost set up like, black men were the only ones suffering, and everything that was done to black men, and black women had no consequences, or no, we weren't involved in the same slave trade. We didn't have the same type of things happening to us. It's all, it's just, so like, we're setting up the victim boat here out the gate, for black men. Just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, and yeah, there was no mention of black women, and
Yeah.
black women, yeah, they suffered too. I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
Um, Probably in many cases more than the black men. I'm
Yep.
just saying, just being a woman, I mean,
Not
slavery's an
just
evil
being a
thing.
woman, but being black. We were
Well,
black
yeah,
and a woman.
yeah, slavery. I mean, come on. I mean, yeah, no, I get you, but yeah, there was no mention of black women, and you know what? I find this peculiar that a lot of times pro-blacks will talk about how black men are being done wrong, but somehow leave out black women,
Oh,
and
all the time.
and that's a good point. I've noticed that, and it's like, wait a minute, uh, didn't both suffer, or did the white men
Exactly.
say, "Hey, we're going to just treat the men like crap, but ladies, come on over," and
Yep.
but yeah, okay, but let's continue. Okay, does anybody else want to say anything about that, or
Mm-mm.
okay, here we go.
No, we're good.
Hi. The business of being black today is the war on black men, or not. Please welcome author and activist Hope Giselle. Hi, Hope.
Hey.
Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Dr. Umar Johnson.
Hey, chubby buddy, good to see you.
Hi, Dr. Umar.
Black
Lord.
power.
Black power. Look at him. He's already.
He's already heated. He's already hot.
Yeah, he's already mad. Look at
He
him.
been wanting to get at Cynthia G, so he already ready. He mad. You can see the anger in his face.
Yeah, she's pulled his punk card, but we'll continue.
Radio personality and family advocate Dwan Brown is here. Hi, Dwan.
Okay, his name's DeJuan Brown. Sorry, I just didn't recognize him. Okay.
Hello.
An influencer and YouTuber, Cynthia G, is back with us. Hi, Cynthia G.
Hi. How are you guys doing? I'm glad to be here again. I'm ready to go.
Hey, did you see that? Look at Umar and look at Cynthia. She's excited. She's ratty.
Yeah,
The guy at the bottom.
She loves the debate, so she's
Yeah.
ready. She's ready to
Yeah,
give him
she's ready
the
and
drill.
excited. Umar's mad. This other guy's like, well, I'm here. Faith here is like, oh, okay. And then Tammy Mack, yeah, well, I guess she's happy. She's smiling. Okay. Okay, let's go.
As
Let's
always.
go then. I'll do exactly what you tell me to do.
Okay, I told you. Let's go. You're doing what I told you. Good job.
Play that video, Frank. Come on.
Okay.
And that would be go. Now, this question may seem rather odd and unusual for the title of this show alone in terms of, is there a war against black men? But the question is always asked here on the business of being black because, well, it is the business of being black. So why should black people care if there is a war on black men or not? Cynthia, you kick it off.
So I first want to say there is a war on black men by other black men. And for that reason, I do think that we should care. I think that the perception of who's going to war against black men is going to determine where our energy is directed. And I think it's counterproductive to focus on the group of men who are terrorizing the black community simply because they're being bullied. There's no war against them by other people. They're being bullied by other groups of men. So that's why we should care.
DeJuan, why?
Okay. What do you guys think what she said?
Right on point.
Right on point. Is there a war?
I
It
think that
is a war, but it's inside the community. It is blacks killing other black people. All you gotta do is look at the major inner cities and you can see the carnage.
Okay.
I think that the war on black men is a war of delusion because the black men are more and more delusional every day that there's not something they can do to make a difference to change things for black people in general and specifically for themselves.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got an opinion on this?
That's, for the longest time, we can only talk about a black man that was killed if he was killed by a white man, if he was killed by somebody that was non-black. That's what hit the news. That's what goes through the media circuit for days and days and days. That's what sends everybody out to march and protest. So that's what she means by they're being bullied. You know, that's
Yeah.
what
Because they never cover the black man killing another
no,
black man.
which
They'll cover
happens
a
far
black man
more.
a cop
Nobody wants
killing
to
a
talk
black
about
man.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Children.
And they,
Nobody wants to talk
yeah,
about it.
yeah, and they
Well,
especially never kill black men
If
killing
they do
black
talk
women.
about it, they point the finger at the white man. White man slavery, you know, blah, blah, blah. We keep going back 500 years.
yeah. No, it never matters. It doesn't ever actually matter unless a black man is killed by a white man. When a black man is killed by a black man, which happens far more often, it just doesn't get the same energy.
Okay. Here's my opinion. I think you ladies are right, and statistics will say, you know, that black men will harm black men more than white men. Yes, and you know, eh, but you know, they're making to me, it's like a victimization thing. Like they're just being attacked, and it's unfair.
Yeah.
And you know, it's well, we'll get into this more, but it pretty much white supremacy's at fault when we you know, talk about this. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue.
Should we care as Black Americans if there's a war out on your kind, being Black men?
We should care because Black men are the breadwinners of our society. And what we've seen, especially over the last 50 years, is the jobs that Black men specifically take have been taken away to other countries or put back into prison, which has then affected the whole family, which caused the so-called war on Black men, like Cynthia G just said, happens when Black men fight each other. That happens when the economy is destabilized. And you destabilize the economy through destabilizing the foundation of Black men's income to ability to earn income. So that's where the war on Black men is right now.
Delusional.
Okay, so
that's a whole lie right there. He done told a whole lie for real.
Yeah,
because it was not welfare that caused Black men, that pushed Black men out of the house. It was Black men leaving the house is the reason why Black women who became single mothers and had to rely on the government for help, for support.
And
so he is lying right there. He's being very disingenuous. He's lying straight up, and that's the facts. No, it wasn't. And then here's the thing: if Black men weren't out there committing crimes, they wouldn't get incarcerated.
There you go.
Period. They were out there committing crimes. They left the house. Left the woman with the child, went out there and started doing crimes and stuff. Let's not forget, how did crack spread through the community? How did crack spread through the community? By the hands of Black men. So I'm not even trying to hear what he got to say. He can go and sit down somewhere for the delusion with all that.
Never any accountability. Never any accountability.
Ever. They never want to take accountability for anything they do. And this is disgusting.
We're a minority in this country. When welfare was established, it was established for people who came home from the war and did not have work. Okay. And then it went to the white families first. Those were the people who benefited from it most. So they never talk about that. They don't.
No, they never talk about that. They blame the Black women for welfare.
Black man out of the house. Right. Welfare was created for that purpose.
Welfare was technically created for poor white families. It was not meant for Black women. It was given to Black women because Black women asked the government for help because their no good son of a bee daddies of their children was not in the house.
That's right.
The fathers weren't there. So they had to rely on the government for help. They had no choice. Because technically welfare was for white people back then. It's what welfare first started during the Depression. That's when it first started.
The New Deal, is that when? Okay. He said that Black men are the breadwinners of society.
Really?
So
you got to bring me the receipts on that one.
Yeah, well, Black people are what, 17% of the country? So even if they're all male,
and they keep saying all Black women have all their jobs, right? We're the most employed of the community, right? So how in the world are they the breadwinners in the community?
Maybe he meant in the Black community.
Again.
Never.
Again.
Okay. Oh, 13.
How is that possible when they keep saying we have taken all the jobs?
Yeah, and that's the war, I guess, sending their jobs overseas, I guess. Is that what he's saying?
Okay.
Uh,
So
taking away their ability to make
when
money.
the
Go ahead.
jobs being
They
sent
grasping
over,
at straws.
Wait, hold on.
I was gonna say,
Go.
when the jobs being sent overseas affect like other men too, not just black men,
That's
since
right.
we're
Oh
Yeah, it
yeah,
did.
yeah.
a
It
small
It
part
did.
of the
did.
population. If jobs being sent overseas affected just black men and not anybody else, how is that possible?
I
And
mean, if you think about it, hashtag my father, he was around the time of Reagan when Reagan was president and when Reagan did that whole thing shutting down the steel mills. And it really cost him his job. So it not only cost him his job, it cost other white people who worked at the steel mill their job too.
mhm.
So it wasn't just about
Yeah,
black men, it was
it
about
was.
everybody.
Yeah, it
They don't
wasn't.
talk
It
about
was.
that though.
It
They don't
wasn't.
talk
It
about that.
wasn't.
They
It,
focus on Clinton's NAFTA.
yeah, you know what? It's not. Yeah, it wasn't race directed. They didn't say, "Hey, you know what? We're going to send jobs overseas so we can just stick it to black men because that's what we do because we're racist. So let's just shut down the steel mills. You know what? Let's move, the car manufacturers out of Detroit. Let's go overseas because it's cheaper. But no, the real reason is just to get at black men. No, it's a money issue. It's economics. Those corporations made millions of dollars sending jobs overseas. That's why they
Mhm.
did it. They didn't do
Mhm.
it to target
And they
one
did it
group.
for so they can get more money and
Yes.
cheaper pay because they
Yep.
wanted the immigrants they don't it doesn't cost that much for, as you know how labor goes, it doesn't cost that much. It's a penny to the dollar for the foreigners over there to work in the factories. When
Uh-huh.
they had the factories here, they had to pay us upfront and the right amount that we owed. See, when they took them businesses to other countries, they got cheaper pay for
Yep.
more labor.
And that's why they did
And
it.
they have labor unions too.
Yeah. But let's go ahead and continue. Um,
Hope, why should Black people care?
We should care simply because when Black men are not happy, Black women can't thrive, and then the Black household and Black families don't flourish. I think that as long as Black men feel attacked, they're always going to turn that back where they feel like they have the most power and honestly say so, which is the Black family. Oftentimes, that energy that we pour into who is doing what to other people is then neglected within our own Black men, and then they cannot thrive as fathers, as nurturers, as caretakers, as heads of the household. But they can only do that if we acknowledge that there's a problem outside of us.
Dr.
okay, what do you got? What do you ladies think?
Okay,
Is
so
she,
the problem outside of us is not bigger than the problem inside the community again. Because even when black men have everything at their feet, they don't come back and build for black women and black children. They either leave, they either divest themselves, go to different communities, or they do nothing. Like now, we have every opportunity in the world, but you have to take the steps to make it happen for yourself. And why are black women able to do that? But black men are still saying, everyone's against us, everyone's against us, we can't do anything. If black women can make it work, there's no reason anyone else can't.
Mhm. Mhm.
okay. All
There it
right.
is.
All right. Who's next?
Got nothing to add to that.
Nah,
Okay.
we gonna let hashtag. I think hashtag has something
Yeah.
to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Okay.
say one thing that, there's been this long way. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Brent. I'm not
Uh-huh.
sure how many other people out, white people and other people are aware that there's this long running belief in black men that the government has targeted them for all these different things, all these different areas. There was all these government conspiracies to hold black men down and hold black men back, and black women participated in helping them to be held down and held back. By us accepting welfare was, all a government conspiracy to kick all the black fathers out the house. And everything is like this government conspiracy. So when she says that, like, if black men are not happy and they feel targeted, black men always feel targeted. I don't know how to make them not feel targeted. And I just don't think we need to keep worrying about how, like, what's it going to take for Black men to understand nobody's targeting them? That's my question.
Yeah. And I got something. She said, if Black men are not happy, Black women are not. I would say if they're race loyal like that, yeah, that would be true. But if they open up their options, then they really don't care, right? I mean,
True. If they open their options, they don't care about how a Black man feels or
Thank
anything
you,
like
dear Ray, for that information. I didn't know that. Yeah, so they're still okay.
What happened?
Dear
happened?
Brave says that Hope Giselle is a trans woman, so she still has some loyalty to Black men, low key.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's a trans woman. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a trans woman.
Yeah, she is. But
But
I'm just breaking. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brent. Go ahead, Brent.
No, I just trying to break down what she's saying, and is it true? And I guess if you're race loyal, yeah, it's going to impact you, because sometimes when people ain't doing good, not successful, it might lash out on Black women.
I never even thought about it. 52 years, and I've never even considered that.
Yeah, it's usually
I
those
never
who
even considered, because you know why? I keep saying it. I grew up in a community where there were more opportunities for most people, not me. And I say that because I was a child of a widow. So it was a little bit harder for us to thrive, especially when Reagan came in and did that spell swoop with our survivors benefits. So it made it harder to get through college. So now you're talking about people who had opportunities with two working parents in the household, had all the more opportunities than I had, and I managed to survive and managed to get 2 master's degrees. Tell me where your problem lies, because I want to hear about it. All I saw them doing was hanging out at the clubs, partying, having a good time, and not doing anything remotely looking like they were trying to go to school or raise their station in life. They were cushioned, privileged, and entitled. And that's what I saw. And that's what I still see.
Okay. I think our chubby buddy is next.
boy.
The Snow Bunny King himself. Let's go ahead.
Umar, you, my sir, are a Black man. Why should I care about a war being waged against you?
If you care about the future of Black people, then you naturally have to care about the destiny of Black men. When you look at most of the pathology in the Black community today, from Black on Black crime to single female-headed households, to poor academic outcomes, to unemployment, much of that is due to the war against Black men. So if we want to survive and thrive as a Black family and as a Black community, we have to implement solutions for Black men.
So Cynthia G says that the war is waged against Black men towards Black men.
Oh, did you want me to stop it there? What he said?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Let's see.
I can rewind it.
No. I meant that tongue in cheek. I'm not paying any attention because I already know where he's speaking from.
Yeah, he was talking about the Black on Black crime, the single mother rate in the Black community, and
He's
and a lot
that
of
the Black community can't thrive without the Black man.
Yeah,
and
well, here's the thing: 25 to 30% of Black people are married, and I blame that on men because men are the leaders.
That's right.
And I see Black women, being blamed the most, that it's their fault. And Black women are blamed when, the families aren't together, being single mothers, being the divorce rate. But what's funny is when Black women open up their options, and we're seeing that Black women and white men are the most successful marriages, and Black women thrive in that environment, but not in the Black community. And stats are bearing that out. And, there's good and bad in every community, but what do the stats say? But anyway, yeah. But let's go ahead. If you guys don't want to put no input on that, we'll go to, I think we're going to get a rebuttal with Cynthia. Let's see.
Of course.
Against Black men towards Black men. So everything that you just listed, Cynthia would suggest that is the fault of the Black man on his own.
And I would disagree with that. All of the problems that Black men have were introduced by the white power structure. We do not control the school system. We do not control the criminal justice system. We do not control the economic system. All of the problems that we struggle from were introduced by the white power structure. Black on Black crime is a byproduct. It is a second-hand influence of the white power structure against Black males. Stress, depression, fatherlessness, unemployment, miseducation, lack of economic opportunity. These are the ingredients that contribute to Black on Black crime. You cannot do an effective and accurate analysis of Black on Black crime until you first do an effective and accurate analysis of white on Black crime.
Okay, I'm going to talk about this.
Yeah.
Look, chubby buddy. Let me tell you something. Okay, first of all, you could marry the women in your community, can you not? Or is there white supremacists, threatening you, telling you, don't marry the women, do not do it?
Hey, when they go pick up their licenses, guns.
Yeah, and this is a victimhood. This is, okay, it's the white power structure. Okay, so when you assault someone that looks like you, it's white supremacy controlling your mind and making you do it, Umar? Is that what's happening? What about the marriage rates? What about you, Umar? Do you have a Black wife? We seen that sideshow, clown show of a fashion show with your two wives, and I guess you're going to have another marriage fashion show. Is that what marriage looks like? Seriously, you know how you fix your community, Dr. Delusion? You marry the women in your community, and you know what you do? You get a job. You know what? You pay the bills. You pay the rent. You know what you do?
I wonder how that school's going.
Yeah, you uplift Black women. You don't tear them down, and you don't sit around blaming white supremacy, because white supremacy's got you defeated, Umar, because all you are is a walking excuse. Serious. I mean, come on. You could at least marry the women in your community. If white supremacy, how are they stopping you from doing that? How? And Black on Black crime, you have a free will to attack somebody. Seriously. There's evil on both sides, yes, but come on. Where does this accountability take place with men in this group? Seriously. Where? He's just giving a mountain of excuses.
Yeah.
Okay, open up your school of excuses. That's probably what it's going to be about.
He complains about the education system, but where is his school at? That's the point.
Right.
Where's that money that he's supposed to be getting for the school? If you're so goddamn irritated with the education system, then why don't you open your school? Oh, you need more money. How much more money do people have to keep giving you, and donations do people have to keep giving you until you open your school, Umar? That's the point. You want to complain about everything that's going on, but you don't want to find a solution for it. You just don't. I'm over it with him.
Yeah, it's really the victim mentality. You know what?
Forever a victim.
The children. It's like, when is it going to be like this narrative never stops? Like the song that never ends.
Okay.
Yeah. And can I tell you something real quick? And the thing about it is that we know all this was introduced by the white power structure. We get it. But the thing is, once again, what are Black men doing to stand up and change that? Because they could, just like Black women have stood against them and gotten laws changed. We went to, we just reviewed Loving versus Virginia, where they went to the Supreme Court. That same system that you say is so corrupt, you can change it to benefit you, but Black men aren't fighting for that. But again, let them overturn Loving versus Virginia. Black men everywhere will go crazy, and they'll be like, "No, we have to have Becky." That's the only thing that they've always fought for. They've ever fought for. So you can stand up and change any of these systems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Dr. Umar wants to overturn Loving versus Virginia.
Yeah, that I would love to see that circus.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That would be real interesting if he did that.
That would be funny.
He's going to go to Clarence Thomas and present the case. Okay, good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
So he's going to give up his white wife because Dr. Umar said so. And then Kataji Brown Jackson, she's going to give up her white husband for Umar. Yeah, good luck, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Good.
But,
I wanted to I wanted to add something about this. Like we don't have power. We don't control the criminal justice system. We don't control any system. What has stopped Black men from going to school and pursuing the careers, like becoming judges, becoming district attorneys, becoming lawyers, like flocking? If I was a Black man and I felt that this system was so against me, I would think that Black men would want to like flock into that field.
That's right.
To like, shift that power into their favor. Like how different do you think criminal justice would be today if Black men were known for being there? If Black men actually showed up?
Yep.
You haven't done that, so you're fine. I'm tired of hearing y'all excuses. I don't care anymore. You must not have a problem with any of this that's going on because you have done nothing to change it.
It's more
fun. I see Black women going and getting more educations and going to college and getting their education than Black men.
Which is a problem, right? That's masculine.
Definitely.
That's masculine, and that's why Black men always call Black women masculine, because they associate success and intelligence and degrees and education with manliness, with like manly things. And
I think Black women are going to make a change for Black women because we're getting education. We're going to college and we're going to school and stuff, and we're getting our education.
No.
I think we have a better chance at making a change for Black women, but Black.
I have to disagree with you there, only because what Black women seem to be fighting for most is getting all laws abolished so Black men don't go to jail. Because just recently there was this thing in Illinois that was passed. It's basically taking away all laws. And so unfortunately, if we have a group of Black women who are going to fight for our safety, then us going to college and getting these degrees and getting into all these areas is going to benefit us. But what we're seeing is that the laws are actually having less of a stronghold because Black women are out there marching to fighting for their Black man to not have to go to prison. So that's actually putting us all more in danger.
The marching.
That's the scary thing. That's the sad thing.
You know what? The marching has made Black men delusional and weak. And weak-minded. The marching has made Black men feel like they don't have to defend themselves. They don't have to try. They don't have to do anything. They can sit back and kick back and relax, and the women will handle it. That's what all the marching has done.
Exactly.
And we get no thanks for it. No thanks.
Just continue coddling. It's like, stop. Like, kick them out of the nest and make them, be productive.
I think Umar's still in the nest.
Yeah, he is still in the nest.
He looks like a crazy bird, don't he? Okay, let's continue. All right.
Cynthia G., you say what?
I say this is the typical Black community's dishonest. I'm going to blame everything on everyone outside of the Black community and ignore what Black men are choosing to do. The reality of it is the system is not making Black men do anything. Whether Black men have schools where they can send their boys to is up to them. Whether Black men just choose to educate themselves so that they're qualified for positions that will give them the income they need to support their families, that is on Black men. Nobody's forcing Black men to walk away from their children. Nobody's forcing Black men to murder Black women every 5.5 hours. Nobody's forcing Black men to abandon their children, publicly display how they don't like or care about their children. No one's forcing Black men to do anything. And I think it's a great disservice to pretend that someone is forcing Black men to do things rather than to put the accountability where it needs to be, which is Black men. If they have an issue with the system, they should have addressed it a long time ago. You don't get to complain that you don't have any power in a system that you didn't fight to have power in. You fought for assimilation. You did not fight for equality. That is on you. I think we're making excuses at this point.
Dwan?
And I would like to.
Okay, let me play it on.
Go ahead, Dr. Omar.
Briefly, that Lyndon Baines Johnson had commissioned a Kerner Commission in 1967-68 to investigate the causes of the 1967 Red Hot Summer. As you know, there were more race riots across America in 1967 than any other year since 1919, led by Newark, New Jersey, and Detroit, Michigan. The Kerner Commission were experts in criminology, sociology, education, politics, and etc. They produced a book that is, I believe, at least 500 pages that details the reasons why those riots took place. And according to the president's own commission, the problems that exist in the Black community were created by the white power structure, maintained by the white power structure, and enforced by the white power structure. So Cynthia G's position is totally inaccurate and has been refuted by expert testimony coming from the Kerner Commission itself. And I would also say, good sister, that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. One of the reasons Dr. King was murdered is because the Kerner Commission was released, which would have gave Dr. King all the ammunition he needed to lead his breadbasket campaign. Even the white power structure admits that the problems Black men face were introduced by the white power structure.
And she didn't say it wasn't introduced. She said that you didn't fight for anything but assimilation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. And here's the funny thing. I find it funny that he's quoting Martin Luther King when he was against everything that Martin Luther King stood for, which was a simulation. Umar, aren't you a pro-separatist just like David Duke?
Yes, he is.
And yes. let me also say he also agreed with all the talking points of David Duke promoting pro-separation of races. So
yes,
he really shouldn't he really should keep Martin Luther King's name out his mouth, as well as Malcolm X, because he's about to mention that too. Bro. No, because you are a pro-separatist just like David Duke. You need to just zip it.
Yeah, go with your white zaddy David Dukes. Seriously, guy. You know what? You're the same, and you know, you already called the transgender woman beautiful. Maybe if David became transgender, maybe you guys would have a loving relationship. I don't know. Well, no, you'd have to be separated. So I don't know. It's such crap. He don't believe in what Martin Luther King, was about. Martin Luther King was about integration. Umar's about segregation. Exactly. It's a different thing. He's the Black David Duke. He is.
He is the Black David Duke.
He is, because David Duke says the same thing. David Duke will say, well, y'all want Black people to be successful, but be separated. What's Umar say? Well, I got nothing against white people. I just want to be separated. Same garbage. They're segregationists. And in today's world, that stuff is long gone. And telling people that the reason the Black community's having issues is because of snow bunnies, you're an idiot. White women don't have that much power, Umar, and it's not their fault they're pursued by Black men. Let's be honest, okay? But it's all victim. It's the white power structure. You can't win, Umar. It's just too powerful. It's not your fault. Be the victim, and you will lose. It just is what it is.
Hey, Brent, have you heard of this Kerner Commission that he mentioned?
I haven't, but I haven't. I haven't. No.
It's a very, very popular document, along with a couple other documents that Black men use to wave around over everybody's head as proof that they were victims from a long time ago. It's the Kerner Commission. It's the Moynihan Report. They always bring up these old documents like, hey, look here in this document, it says right here that Black men were done wrong back in 1926. And they use that to beat everybody over the head with how they're victims, proof that they're victims, proof that it's not their fault. They've done nothing about it, but look, this report says, this report verifies that their victim status.
Yeah, and let me say, look, I get it. The history of the country was racist. Yeah, white supremacy reigned supreme during Jim Crow. I get it. But in today's world, come on. It's time to, take care of your community. It's time to be a man. You know what? The white people you see, we don't have this extreme privilege. We got to do a 9-to-5 job just like you.
Yeah.
And we're held to the same economic standards. We got to follow the laws, and if I don't pay my bills, they'll take my house. I mean, just like black people. I mean, yeah, there's racism. Yes, there's white supremacy. Yes, it's there. But look, white supremacy in today's world are a bunch of loser white guys sitting around getting drunk and playing the victim, just like Umar. Oh yeah, because we're white, they're doing us bad, and come on, man.
I'd like to know this. Was there any obstacles that kept Umar from getting that doctorate in psychology?
Yeah.
What obstacles were there in his way? Because like I said before, and people like him are a cancer on the community, because you know what they do? They accelerate, and then they make black men especially feel like they are victims when they have achieved. When people like him has achieved, they still want to they build their platform off of victimhood. And that's the reason why I do not like him. I despise him. He is a charlatan, because that's why he is pocketing money and able to build his school to nowhere, because this is what he preys on. Intelligent people do not listen to people like him, because when he addresses himself as doctor anything, it starts to make you think, where were all the obstacles that held you back from getting your doctorate?
Yeah.
You have a Psych D. And as far as I know, you got to get a bachelor's and a master's before you aim for a doctorate. So you are stacked heavy with paperwork and letters behind your name. So where was the obstacles that were holding you back?
Yeah. Well, you know what? He makes his living by playing the victim.
That's right.
You know what? But he's destroying young black men by telling them they're a victim. So why even compete? It's so stacked against you. White supremacy is controlling you so much.
Go get the job. Yeah, because you're going to get it anyway.
But being a victim, if you're a victim, you're going to lose. You got to get out of that victimhood. You know what? You could say, okay, well, we can analyze the past and say, okay, this is what led to, but come on, there comes a time where you have the freedom to marry whoever you want. You can, Umar says he loves black women, and how he shows his love is 5'5", thick in the thighs, heaven between the legs, the man cave. This is how he describes black women. This fetishizer. This is what he does.
That is fetishization, and it's close to sexual harassment. That's disgusting.
And that's probably why you don't see his wife. He probably don't have one. Unless he has a sideshow clown show with women dancing around and a fashion show marriage. I don't know what that is. I haven't figured that out. I guess that's the example of a true marriage, right? Okay. Anyway,
because I want to just say this, and then before I move on, okay, there's a difference between a doctorate of psychology, and a PhD in psychology. And you know the difference? The biggest difference is that psychology, that doctorate of psychology, the actual PhD, you can get that paid for if you teach at a university. So this means he paid for that doctorate degree, that Psych D, either out of his pocket or on financial aid. So tell me again, I want to hear the struggles that he had, because someone paid for that. He didn't get that free.
And you know what?
He paid for it out of his pocket.
And you know what? The white power structure probably paid his education. The white power structure, the people that walk around with white guilt actually donate to this clown. They do. He's got white followers. He'll brag about it. Yes, because he got white guilt. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. Are pro-separatists allowed to comment in this live chat?
Pro-separatist?
Yeah, people who want race separation, pro-separatists. Are they allowed to chat in this chat room?
Oh, they're in the chat?
Yeah, there's one of them.
Oh, what is he saying? Pro-separatist?
Dark Star Plumbing. He said that he said that we should separate. And I said, well, this is an interracial. I told him this is an interracial. I told him this is an interracial channel. And why is he here?
Yeah.
If he's against interracial relationships, he should not even be in this chat.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Why are they even here?
Just black
Yeah,
people, yeah.
yeah, he's out of the building. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't catch. I've been focusing on
Yeah.
the discussion.
No pro separatists up in here. This is an
Yeah,
interracial channel,
he
and
needs
we're about bringing people together. We're not about separating no race. Goodbye, sir.
Well,
yeah,
what's on your mind? You sure identified that one. And you're
yeah,
sitting,
Oh, I
you're
don't
sitting on
play
the
that.
couch.
I cannot stand pro separatists. I have something against them because they go against everything that my family stands for. My family is biracial. A lot of mixed people in my family, they go against that, and that goes against my family. So no, I have no love, no respect for pro separatists. They can kiss my you know where.
ish, and they got to get the ish out of here. Ishy people, ishy separatists. Yeah. Okay. All right. This is kind of going slow, but we're getting some good points. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Um. Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
And to go on top of that, to bring further evidence that Dr. Umar, what he's saying is right, we can go back to 1967 in South Central LA. There was one murder. Look it up. There was one murder in South Central LA in about an 18-month period between 1967 and 1968. Why? Because there was adequate resources. UCLA was bringing black people in for free. When it came down to it, jobs were plentiful. When black people were adequately resourced, you didn't see black men killing each other. So when we talk about, this thing that's going on, it's not that anyone is forcing black men to kill each other. That's not what nobody's saying. There's a cause and effect relationship between everything. And we're talking about having a full cause and effect, full on viewpoint of what's going on. What's the cause? What's the effect? When you live in a violent society that murdered its way to make the country and goes around the world enforcing murder, what's going to happen in that country is similar to what's going to happen outside the country. So we got to look at that. And when we talk about black men killing each other, it's just a handful at the end of the day.
Oh, here we go.
When black men
Lord.
interact,
I knew it.
Okay, I might stop it there.
No. He just said it.
Once again.
Oh my Lord. Go ahead, y'all. I can't like.
Go ahead, ladies.
Okay, I want to jump right in here because this is always very interesting. First of all, the white power structure has a cause and effect relationship, and it encourages black men to kill each other because there's no resources. But also, it's only a handful. It's not that many. So
right.
which is it? What is it? And on top of that, I don't know. Like a lot of how many people grew up in a black neighborhood or are familiar with black communities and stuff like that. There's a lot of killing. I don't get this not all argument. Okay, there's a lot of it. It's almost like kind of synonymous with black neighborhoods to have high poverty rates and high crime rates. That is not something. That's not only a handful of things that are happening.
Yeah.
I mean, how is it a handful when this has been going on even before, been going on for a long time? I mean, even before the 80s. 80s is when it really revved all the way up. But what I'm talking about way back, there was black men was killing other black men. Black men was getting other black men hanged during slavery. Black men was doing all kinds of stuff to black men back then. Nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to talk about it. They don't want to have that conversation.
Yeah.
It's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like Brett said, there's no point of me getting up, putting on any clothes to go get an interview because the white power structure is not going to give me the job. I mean, it's just the mindset. They don't want to go to school. They drop out. And I'm telling you, I know people, black men with a mother who is a nurse and a father who is a foreman in Chrysler, and he chose to sell drugs.
Yeah.
I know people who had track scholarships who came from working families, sold drugs at colleges and took their whole life away. Trust me, it has nothing to do with white anything. It is a desire to have as much as you can without doing very much.
Exactly. It's the desire of degeneracy. Because, I mean, there's black men that come from two-parent households and they do this type of stuff. Like you said, creating. They come from two-parent households and they still go and cause all this stuff.
Class.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I never
So
understood that. I never understood, like, when I see like athletes and rappers who have all this money get locked up for drugs. I'm like, why are y'all still selling drugs? Don't y'all already?
Yeah.
I'm always so confused when that happens, when like these rappers go to prison for years for doing illegal activity, and I'm like, yo, you don't have any excuse anymore. You're not poor. You're not trying to make it. You're
Yeah.
not limited resources. I don't understand it.
I've got a solution. I got a solution to how to stay out of prison. Don't go. Don't commit crimes and you
Exactly.
won't go. Stop talking about how many years you get a sentence in opposed to white people who get sentenced. How about not doing the crimes at all? Why are you
Yeah,
literally putting yourself in a situation where you would gamble with a system that you already believe is stacked against you?
yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, all they ever do is complain, but they never come up with a solution to make things happen to move themselves forward. They keep quoting everything that happened. Well, this happened in the 60s, this happened in the 50s, and we're not living in the 60s or 50s anymore.
Yeah,
No one on that
Yeah.
panel was
I-
living in the 60s or 50s. And so what can we do now to look at we can look back at the past, but we can't live there. We had no parts of that. We have to
but
look at where we are now and figure out how to move forward, or we're never going to get anywhere.
yeah, and here's what I think. I think the victimhood, they got to go back in the past and see the wrongdoings and the sins of the past to bring it to the future and say, hey, we're still being, oppressed,
yeah,
and it's not
yeah,
our fault. And it's like,
Mhm.
It's funny to me.
and a lot of black women are seeing that they're turned off by it. I,
yeah.
I talk to a
More
lot
and
of black
more.
I talk to a lot of black women. They say we're just turned off. Okay, you're a victim. Okay, white supremacy, slavery. Okay, we keep hearing it,
That's
but
right.
what are you doing? Can you take care of me and the children? Can you provide a house for us? Can you have a good job? Can you do something? Because if you're held back that much, why am I with you? And a lot
Right.
of
Mhm.
a lot of women are saying that, and these guys think, and a lot of the pro-black, in my opinion, believe that black women belong to them and they need to
Mhm.
be there for them no matter what.
Right, and stick it out
Mhm.
with them. And that's exactly right, Brent. And that is exactly what black women have done for a long time. Because for a long time, we fell for the con, Brent. We
Hmm.
fell for the con. A lot of black women truly, really, actually believed that black men are being targeted and they're purposely being held back. So for the longest time,
Hmm.
black women did not hold black men to the same standard as other men. We graded black men on a curve, taking all this historical context into consideration. It's not fair for us to ask them to provide the same way another man is able to provide. It's not fair for me to expect him to be, to be the main breadwinner. And then I have to get a job. I have to work. I got to hold him down. I got to ride or die. So they're
especially the
purposely.
way income is nowadays and the way finances are nowadays and the way everything is, because they haven't increased minimum wage, they haven't increased anything. So both families are going to, and how high the cost of living is nowadays,
Mhm.
both parents or both people in the household are going to have to work. They want the 50s back so bad, but they don't understand that financially that would not be smart. And
Yeah.
I
even then, there's
Yeah.
no, it shouldn't even be brought back to that.
There is.
Women are successful, get over it and deal with it.
Yeah.
yeah, I think they want the reverse 50s, have the women
Yeah.
taking care of them.
Yeah.
I, I'm
That's what they
just
want. That's what
yeah.
they want.
It
Like I
just
always say,
hurts.
And
black
Sim
black
said
men
that they want to
want.
live, like black women.
Yeah,
Yeah.
black men want submissive providers. They want women that are
Exactly.
providing and protecting them, and they also that's why they stay online begging for submission all the time. And it's
Mhm.
it's no wonder why black men are always talking about combative women, and you're masculine, and you're always complaining. They always have these bad attitudes. The attitude black women have, maybe because black women are sick and tired of dealing with y'all broke asses, and we're
Yeah.
sick
Mhm.
and tired of hearing y'all excuses after all these decades, and we're sick and tired of listening to it, and it's annoying now, and it's exhausting now, and it's it's just we're fed up with it.
And
how
and
how
it's
how do
not
you
worth
expect
it.
how do you expect a woman to be soft and cooperative and feminine and nice when all you have is no money and a bag of excuses, and you coming home telling them the white man made you not get a job. Who wants to hear that?
They were
I lost
standing
my
at
job. Look, it's the white man again. That's why I lost
Yeah,
my job.
that's
Man,
why
if
I'm
you
on
don't
hold.
get the hell
How
on.
do you have parents who were boomers,
Yes.
gave birth to you as Generation X? You know, snow never touched your boots. You got chauffeur driven practically to school. Please tell me what your plight is.
Well, I mean, it's white supremacy. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, obviously, that must be
Yeah.
it. That must be it. I mean, here's the thing, too, Brent and Pam, is that for many of them, they didn't even know what a white supremacist or a white power structure looked like until they committed crimes and went to the penitentiary.
That's
Facts.
on
There you
that.
go. There you go. That's the
Because
only
they were
that's the only way they
protected
found out.
and chauffeur driven and coddled and everything. So when that freedom gave them the permission to do stupid things, as they say, you know, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So for the first time, many of them didn't see what a power structure, a white power structure looked like until they went to the penitentiary. And then now they're a victim again because somebody, I just, trust me, I've seen it too close up to buy any of the stuff that Umar is trying to sell. And Umar is not even as old as I am. I got him by 4 years, which puts him in the range of some of my nephews. And let me tell you, I'm not listening to it from them. They learn, pull those pants up and get out, get the trade that you were taught how to do. I want to hear about any complaint, and they have got in line and have fixed their issues. I'm not even listening to people like Dr. Umar Johnson. These people feel like that they are victims when he should be telling them how to get a trade. How do you work in a school system and become a school psychologist and all you want to talk about is the anxiety of the kids? Why don't you talk about the men not being in those households? Because it's never, at the rate he's going and the way he is not putting any blame and focus where it should, black men should just go into non-existence because there's no hope for them.
It's like
he doesn't have no solution. What solution is he bringing? What exactly does he think is going to happen that's going to change this trajectory for these poor babies? Because I don't even see no hope for them.
Yeah.
Everything is a cyclical situation. It's literally like planting a crop in a desert. It's just never going to produce anything. It doesn't belong there. So where is his solution?
Yeah.
What he's doing is he's literally coaching them into non-existence. They can't blame that on us because we are doing what we need to do to carry what we need to carry. Even though we grudge, doing it, we do it anyway. So I'm just finding out that I don't even see there's no plan for their future. What is the purpose of them to even exist? Because it's never going to be there's never going to be a freedom for them.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and move it forward. All right.
9.9% of the time, the interactions are positive or neutral.
Well, then you don't have an argument for the system because the whole system isn't doing anything to you. It's just a handful of people, right? But I wish we could get out the 1960s and jump into 2022. I feel like this is also another way for Black men to gaslight because they know they have done absolutely nothing. Even if you are complaining about the system and the Kerner Commission and all of these policies, you failed to do anything about them. It is your failure to address the issue as men that have these problems going on. You can say it's only a handful of Black men killing other Black men, but the reality of it is you don't have the same energy when you're talking about police shootings of Black men. Then you act like the entire police department, every last one in every single state is doing something to you. But now when it comes to Black men terrorizing the community, making the community unsafe, killing Black men, women, and children, now you want to go to, oh, it's only a few of them. Be that as it may, the bottom line is the issues that Black men are inflicting on the community are issues that we should be focusing on.
I want to get Hope in on this real quick.
Okay. She wants to get Hope, but let's stop right there. Yeah. What do you ladies think? I mean,
she nailed every point of it because Black men always do this. They're quick to tell you that not all Black men are criminals. Not all they can see the nuance in themselves, even though there's problems, even though there's apparent, obvious, big problems. They can still find the nuance in themselves. But we're supposed to believe that all police are out to get them, out to hunt them down like animals and kill them. We're supposed to believe that there's all these systems are targeting them. They can't see the nuance in the police. They can't see the nuance in Black women or in white men or in other people. They can only see the nuance in themselves. Enough to tell them not all Black men do this.
Yeah,
So-
and go ahead.
I was going to say, so they are professional victims and, like Cynthia said, gaslighters, because they understand how the system works. Like you said, they understand when it works to their favor. The police and slavery and all of this and this and that and the other, but they will never understand it when it comes to, at some point, they have to take responsibility for themselves and change what they don't like. Rather than going back to the 1960s and 50s and everything that was ever done to them in history, without realizing that, oh yeah, Black women and children had to go through the same thing. They're like, oh no, but it's us. It's always us who are the ones targeted, but never us who are the ones who are victimizing anyone. It doesn't matter how much we victimize or men who look like us victimize our own. It only matters when it's us who are being harmed.
Yeah, and what about the discussion of Black women and Black children? I don't think any of these guys said anything about that.
No,
Oh,
never
those
do.
are the
Black
most.
men.
Do.
Yeah, those are the most vulnerable, the women and children, right?
They were interested in making them, not taking care of them.
Oh, just. But I
No,
mean,
they're not interested.
but it's all a victimization. I mean, you see the ladies, and I've watched this a few times, but it seems like they're going with logic and what's going on, and the guys are emotional. Like not all. It's only a few, but the white power structure is so evil and so got such a strong hand on us. We can't improve, but it's. But when
here's the thing: if
I
it's
don't
only
know.
a handful of Black on Black crime out there, then how come we have so many unsolved crimes?
Yeah, please.
So many drive-by shootings
Yeah,
and
please.
unsolved drive-by shootings and all over the United States, in all states, and it's only a handful.
Who in
Really?
the world would believe that the Black community only has a handful of like killings? Like, are y'all like? If you can't even be honest about that, come on.
Yep, that's what makes him dangerous.
Yeah,
He takes his education and some factual events that he can quote, and then he twists them up and wraps them in a cord of lies. And that is a dangerous person. He is so dangerous. Oh my goodness, he is
like
dangerous.
both of these Black men are dangerous. They're both dangerous. They're a danger to society, for real.
He got ran out of the public school system preaching his rhetoric.
Right.
Yeah. All right, let's continue with some more rhetoric.
Quick, Hope.
I mean, the fact of the lack of elevation and evolution that we see in these arguments are my biggest issue. Once again, we're back in the 1960s when we should be having, like Sin just said, a current conversation. Currently, Black men are not being held at the fire and said that if you don't provide this, or if you don't show up in this way, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to your family. Y'all just are not showing up. And then when you're asked to be held accountable to these things, you say things like, well, back in this time, and when we tried to do this back in a couple of years ago, half of y'all weren't even around when those things were, put into action. And then when you found out about them, instead of bringing them back to the forefront to see if they would work for you in this day and age, you just talk about what didn't work on the back end of things. I think that a lot of the times you all find it a lot easier to gaslight us into believing that we're the problem so that you can have more time to figure out what the solution is, but that's not the solution anymore. We figured out that doesn't work, and you trying to buy time in the system is not going to help anybody, and especially not the Black communities that you say that you love.
Let's bring it to
Okay.
She landed one that time.
Yeah, I mean, she said a lot, right?
I don't think they're trying to buy time. I think they're just avoiding it altogether.
Yeah,
They're just
That's
saying,
agree.
nope, we're not doing. But they have verbally said, we're not building, we're not doing this, we're
Yep,
not
I
doing that.
literally saw
And
a guy's
yeah,
comment in the comment section under this video. He says, "I don't give a f about the black community." That's
hmm
exactly what he
It's
said. It was
obvious.
a black man that said
Look,
that.
we know it. Trust me, we know it. Especially those of us who from Generation X, they couldn't be more plain if they could just put it on a Goodyear blimp and fly it around the country. Okay, we know it. We are
yeah,
100% on point with that. They have done absolutely nothing. The few who had the opportunity to do something enjoyed the fact that they were in a minority. And now they have to live with it because they have children now growing up into the society that this mindset created. Good luck with that.
yeah.
And Hope was right on point when she said, once again, we're back in the 60s. Because every time you ask black men, if you are so oppressed, if you have so much stacked against you, tell me what you have done about it. It always goes back to back in the 60s, back in the 20s, back in the day, back times where none of us was even alive yet. None of us was even
Right.
around yet. We weren't even born yet. My mother is in her 50s and she was 4 years old in 1964.
Oh,
Right.
So
My
wow.
please,
mom
you're
was
always talking about the 60s and all these old times because black I believe that black men like to gravitate to any time period where they can claim, like they always talk about, oh, Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street was 100 years ago.
hmm
Like if that's the most recent time that you can think of where black men collectively put in effort and did something to help their community, then that is sad.
and they'll bring up Rosewood and what's that other place that got burnt down because
Oh,
they'll talk Tulsa. They'll talk about Tulsa and they'll bring all that up. We weren't even born when all that happened. And
Yeah.
even
yeah.
then, why weren't black men coming together and rebuilding Tulsa? No, they decided to let the racists take over and destroy that entire black area. So, and black men didn't do nothing then. They just ran for the hills because they were scared of the white man. But now they want to complain about the white man.
Or better
Yeah.
yet, why don't black men learn to defend what they build? Because if they did that, we would probably have an end to most of our problems. But instead of doing
Tulsa
that,
would still
they
be
want
here if
to
they defended.
exactly. Exactly. If they learn that, but instead they want to integrate, they want to assimilate, and that's not working any better for them. And to this point, I have to call out black women is that we can the marching and the protesting and the standing up for them, like we keep saying, it's not worth it because what ends up happening is
Yeah.
we get this, we get the crime rates are going to go sky high now that there are no more laws in some states, and we're going to be most in danger. And black men, they aren't going to protect, they aren't going to build, they aren't going to do anything. So why do we keep fighting for them to end up putting us in danger and ending our lives for what we actually do for them? It that makes no sense on our
Facts.
part, honestly.
Prisons
And
are
Yeah.
Angelique is right. She said every time we try to have a community for ourselves, it gets destroyed. So why do they think segregation will work?
hmm
You know?
I haven't figured that out for the life of me. Why segregation would be a good thing, especially with black people when they're
Yeah.
the minority. I mean, really, do you want to go there where people got to compete with resources in
Heck
separate
to the no.
communities? It
Nope.
makes no sense.
And the fact that men don't defend those small little places like Tulsa and all that, ain't no way. What's the point of having segregation if the men ain't even gonna defend the area? They gonna get everybody
Exactly.
burnt up and hurt. For
You know,
real. They're
Exactly.
gonna run, they'll head for
hey,
the hills and trample over women and children just to be safe for themselves. They don't care about black women and children.
uh,
no,
oh, all right.
no.
Let's.
Yeah, go ahead, Brent.
I was going to move forward. Are you ladies
Sure.
ready to move forward?
Yeah, let's move
Yes.
forward.
Okay.
Yes, let's move
Go to
forward.
break. Hold.
Okay. Yeah. You guys got so many good points, and that's why we're moving slow because you guys are nailing it, and this is such a good discussion. But let's continue here.
That thought, Dwan. Before we go to break, I do want to take up for my black brothers here. The CDC.
Take up for your black brother.
Please don't.
Throw him a bone. Throw him a bone, Tammy. Throw him a bone.
I hope she becomes she's gonna be the last fort for their salvation.
She's going to talk about something, and I'm going to hit up on it. Let's go ahead.
Reports that black men show up to their families more than any other race in this country. Black men are taking their children to school. Black men are playing sports and doing outside extracurricular activities with their children more than white men, more than Asian Americans, more than any other ethnicity in this country. But we'll continue to talk about the war being waged against black men when we return on Business of Being Black.
Okay,
she's
ladies.
lying.
Go ahead.
I gotta say something. She's lying about that. First of all, this is what the statistics she's looking at is African families. Yes, African families or fathers are being there with their families. African culture is a little different than Black American culture. Black American men, they're not being there for their children. But African men, yes, even though, of course, a lot of African women will tell you that there's still degeneracy out there in Africa, but still, there's more African families than there are African Americans. African American men are not being fathers to their family. And I'm so tired of them looking at this. The reason why they're counting that is because there's a lot of African families out here in America. A lot of Africans are immigrating to America. So they're trying to put that in the same senses as African Americans. No, separate that. Africans are being there. African fathers are being there for their kids. African American men, hell the fuck no. Excuse my language, because I'm not here for that. She lying for real.
Yeah. That dog don't hunt.
That CDC statistic is commonly quoted throughout the Black manosphere, and Black men always want to throw it up. But let's point this out real quick, because they're so quick to tell you that Black fathers are the most involved fathers of all time. But when a child is not raised right, or there's a problem, or there's somebody did something, or there's a high crime rate or a problem within the Black community, the first question they want to ask you is who raised them? Who raised them? But who raised them though? But who raised them though? The women are the ones. The women. Hold on. I thought Black fathers was the most involved fathers of all time.
Trust me,
so now you blaming the women that raised them?
It's so funny they like to use that when we know that majority of the what they're talking about is African families. Of course, they're gonna call them African Americans because they're over here in America and they got American citizenship. So they're going to be considered African Americans. But I know the difference between Africans and African ADOSs. That's the thing. African families are doing well enough. African Americans, as in ADOSs, are not doing well. We're not.
And I want to hear someone try to say that somebody wrote them a blank check, because we all know that is not happening. And this is the problem. This is the pervasive issue when they try to quote statistics. They go and find the population of Black, which is, as she stated, Africans who are not ADOS, who are actually there for their children. And they take these small little numbers and they go around and they get the beat on their chest for it. But that's what they do. They scramble around and they find a sample that they can use. When we are in reality, we live in the reality.
Right.
Yeah.
Is going on.
Let me say this. Okay. I don't know the stats with African families. I know my neighbors are from Nigeria, very successful, very educated, very family orientated. They're very successful, and maybe that's what they're looking at. But here's the thing: in the Black community, how many people are getting married? 25, 30%. So are they doing the study on married men? Because there's probably truth to this, because if you take Black men that are married, they're going against the grain. They're going against the culture where marriage ain't nothing but a piece of paper and being a player in that. And maybe they're taking that sample of the ones that are actually married. I mean, but they're painting a broad brush, like, yeah, black men are the best fathers, hands down. It's
Yeah.
done. It's settled.
It's creative selection. Trust me. Trust me. It's creative selection.
But here's the thing. Take like my situation. I wasn't able to be around for my kids, my son's football practice a lot, his games, my daughter's dance class, cheerleading, because I was in the army. I was deployed overseas. I was in combat zones. I would be considered a loser dad because I wasn't there, but I was providing for my family.
Right.
You know, so I mean, it's no, but I'm just saying. I mean, there's certain variables. Are we really getting down to the?
Absolutely, and that's the point. What I mean when I say it's a straw grab, because you got to think about this for a minute. Okay, let's be realistic. Most people who have jobs are either dropping their kids off to school on the way, or their children are by way of a school bus. So let's stop it with who dropping the kids off. Most of the time, it's cheese buses rolling up into that courtyard. Okay? By and large. Or the moms, the soccer moms, the moms who are at home. I don't like it when they create these statistics to make black men feel better, when in reality, if you really want to think about it, why a lot of men aren't taking their kids to school? Because they're working. They have jobs.
Hey, could it be that the men are more involved taking their kids to school because the mother is working, so the dad's at home? Could it be that? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't dug into the stat, all fairness. Yeah. I don't know where they're coming from, but she just made it like, hey, black men are the best fathers, hands down.
She did say she wanted to give him something, so, you know, she must have really scrambled hard to find that one.
Yeah, she gave him something.
This stat lacks all kinds of context and all kinds of other information that doesn't exactly mean what black men think it means.
Not to mention, it's not talking about other cultures of black people. It's like putting all of them in one bowl. I mean, Haitian families. There's the Haitian families got both parents in the house. Haitian families are very family oriented. They're very community oriented. So she's like putting all black people in one bowl when we know the truth that ADOS men are not being fathers to their children, period.
Yeah.
Like other black cultures are.
Yeah.
That's the truth, period.
If these black men were so involved, why are they constantly complaining about the child support system? Why are they constantly complaining about the system that keeps them from their kids?
That's what I mean. Manufacture statistics to give them a little, glow. It's ridiculous how she worked real hard for it. I got to give her that.
Yeah,
she tried it.
Good job.
She tried it.
Okay.
Let's continue on unless everybody else.
Yeah, let's continue.
Because I want to hear what they got. I got something to say. I can't stand Tammy sometimes. Oh my God.
All right, let's continue
with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul. We'll be back. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack. In the business of being black today are black men. Is there a war being waged against black men? First of all, I want to see where you all stand just by a yes or no. Dr. Umar, is there? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
Hope, is there?
Absolutely, yeah. Look at Omar. Omar, hey, buddy, can I? You know what? Hey, do you need a hug? Yeah, that war you're fighting that good war, aren't you? Snow bunnies must be
them
knocking
wrinkles. Look at all them wrinkled, them crow's feet and them lines on his face. That's what he gets for being a damn. That's what his ass get. Excuse me. That's what he get for being a separatist.
Hold on a minute. Let me feel.
All right, let's continue.
No.
Duan?
No.
Absolutely yes.
Absolutely yes. All right, other guy, tell us.
Cynthia G, where are you on this?
The only war is the war that black men are waging against the black community.
So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
I love Cynthia.
Duan, if there is a war waging against black men, do black men have allies?
No. The only allies we have is our other, I would say we don't have any outside allies as far as any other races, no.
I call BS because there's a lot of white people that have
really
a lot of guilt that will throw money at you. No, I say that's BS because I know white people that
lying.
that are so guilty they think, yeah, black people are, they'll buy into these guys and they'll send them money. Yeah, so no, you got white allies, you got other allies.
They got the Snow Bunny crew out there.
Hey, yeah, you got the Snow
army.
Bunny agents coming
Snow
for you.
Supporting them.
Yeah, Snow Bunnies love you. Okay. Snow Bunny love. Oh yeah. Okay, let's continue.
The only allies we have are black women who are on code with black men.
Because I was about to be real mad. I was about to go ham.
All right, Tammy Mac, don't be real mad. Yeah, they got you.
I can see the bonnet from here. Like I'm done.
She's about to be real mad. You better recognize
you can see
her.
The bonnet and the coconut oil just drenching down the side of her face. I'm through.
Okay, let's continue.
No. Because it's a lot of black women who are on code. I know I'm married to one. You know, I've been with the same woman for 20 years. So I can preach, I can walk what I preach when it comes down to this.
Okay, shout out to you, sir. If you've been married 20 years, congratulations. You know what? I honor everybody that has a long marriage because it takes work, regardless if you're in the same race or interracially. So if that's 20 years, good job, sir. I salute you. That's cool. Okay. I just wanted to say that.
We do have allies, and the allies, the ally is the black man, woman, and child. With this whole fight between black men and black women, it's like the women forgot about the kids. It's like it's this whole war going on, and it's like the kids be damned.
Ladies, you forgot about the kids. How dare you?
Since when did he start caring? Since when did he start caring about the kids?
Well, he says you ladies forgot about the kids.
It's amazing to me how he can sit here and ramble. I would like to know, what is he doing to encourage black men to get a job and take care of their kids? Why is it always, no matter what, these men, black men that are married, they you know why? You know what they do? They sit in a pod up high, and they look down, because the higher they are, the better they feel they are. This is the problem, and I've been saying this for a good 30 years. The selective ones who they want to isolate themselves and then look down on everybody else. They don't try to increase, any type of community or situation. They don't do anything for the community. Nothing. If they want to pick and pluck, they always come for the black woman. They always find enough big in their jaws to come for the black woman.
You know what, ladies? And if you date out, you're part of white supremacy. I've heard him say that over and over.
Oh, yeah.
Lord. Yeah. But let's continue what he has to say. Other guy? Oh, sorry, Dewan. Go ahead.
Yeah, people like Dr.
You jumped on me there, Dewan. You jumped on me. I don't even know how we got to the kids.
Why'd you jump on her, Dewan? How did we get to the kids?
No, because we're all one. Black man, woman, and child.
Are you talking about the kids that black men abandon and publicly talk about how they don't want those children?
I can't speak for your life, but all I know is my father's always been.
Okay, personal attack on Cynthia. See that?
He said, I don't know about your life, but my father's always
You
don't know if Sin's father been in her life or not. You don't know either. How you gonna say that about Sin? You don't even know her personal life either. Like, for real.
That was a low blow.
That was a low ass blow. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I keep swearing. I know. I need to stop.
Yeah. No, this ain't going to be monetized anyway. I mean,
I'm just so over this. Like, he just made a low blow at her like that.
Yeah, that was personal. Like, I don't know about your life.
And let me just say, sir, just because your daddy was in the house doesn't mean you weren't a degenerate. Let's keep it real.
Yeah. So get back to the discussion instead of the personal attacks.
Yeah. You know what? I wanted to add real quick that there's definitely this, I don't know if this is recent or not, but a lot of black men are pretending like generational fatherlessness is not a thing in the black community. Like, that's not real. What? So now generational fatherlessness is all imaginary. It's all in my head.
Yeah, we're crazy. We're delusional. We don't know what we're talking about, but we've literally saw our dads come for visitations instead of actually living with us. We literally saw that. I know I saw that. I saw that as a kid growing up. He wasn't there. I was there by myself.
Hey guys, watch that documentary, "The Vanishing Black Family," that took place in around what 1986,
Yep.
and you'll see what's going on.
Oh,
And
trust me.
one of the young ladies was a single mother. Her mom was a single mother. Her grandmother was a single mother. 3 generations in 1986.
Yep.
So, and I'm not saying all families are like that, but
I know what you mean.
there's a certain pattern going on. Just saying.
Yep.
Brent,
Yeah,
can I just, because
yeah.
I did a little review on that, and I would actually love if you, like, I don't know if you have you done that on your channel where you actually reviewed the Vanishing Families documentary.
No, I would like to.
You
Yeah,
should.
yeah, I should, and I want to do a review on that book. I seen your post, and that was really sweet. Hashtag Black Woman. Thank you. But I would like to read. I haven't read that book, but I'd like to, because it talks about, I guess, choosing the right Black woman, or
Mhm.
I want to see what he says about that. And
So I wanted to add about the Vanishing Families documentary.
uh-huh.
Was that a lot of Black men have tried to flip that and make it seem like that documentary was made as a way to demonize Black women, and see, you chose the wrong Black man, you chose the wrong one. That's the problem. That documentary, when you actually watch the whole thing and see everything that happens in it, it shows a pattern. It was actually a crisis level, something that was happening, that to the point to where the news decided, the news started covering it. Like,
Yeah.
how many Black men are abandoning their kids, not raising their kids, leaving their kids to be raised by single mothers. It was a growing trend. So it wasn't like this was only something that happened here or there, or, oh, there's only a few bad
Yeah.
ones, there's only a few. No, it was an epidemic level situation that was happening amongst Black people.
Eh,
Single Black women raising kids by themselves with no fathers
eh,
of their own.
yeah, and let me say this: uh, those women in there, I seen true value in those women, because yeah, they were in the inner city. They didn't have much money, but you could see the love in their heart. You seen the one that was, had her family in North Carolina. They were like, like they had the family gathering. They were church
Yeah, I
members.
remember her. Yep.
Yeah, I was like, man, that would be a perfect wife, because she wanted a family structure. She
Hmm.
wanted, but she got with the wrong guy and ended up a single mother.
Yeah, and
And
these men lie to these women and manipulate these women into
yes,
thinking that they want the same thing, but the only thing they want is to get in the sheets, and that's it, and leave you
yeah.
pregnant. That's it.
And like that other loser was like, oh, they were interviewing him. Well, you got this woman pregnant, and this woman, but you're living with her. Yeah, well, I'm just enjoying myself, and like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, exactly. And then
It,
they're
it
gonna
was,
go ahead, Brent. I'm sorry.
yeah. No, I don't want to get too much into that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm going to have a show on an open panel show on that one. We got to
Mhm.
dig into that. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, guys, check out The Vanishing Black Family. And I heard a rumor they're supposed to do a follow up on that in modern day. I don't know. Has anybody
Wow.
heard?
No, I haven't heard that. That'd be
I
No,
interesting.
I haven't
I
heard
would
that
love
yet.
to see that. But anyway, let's continue with the all star panel here. Uh, okay, let's go.
There for me. My wife's father's always been there for her. I'm there for my wife. My grandparents were there. I have married lineage. I can go back 400 years of marriages, so I don't know what that's about.
Be that other man.
Okay, he's got marriage 400 years, so that settles it. There's no marriage problem in the Black family.
But
All
but
right.
that still doesn't mean that the marriages were happy, because as we know, some Black women were settled, were like settled into these marriages. That doesn't mean they were happy in these marriages.
Mhm.
You hear stories about your great grandma getting toe tagged by your grandfather back in them times,
Well,
where it was okay to toe tag. You know,
back then you had no choice.
yeah, and it
You
really
couldn't
didn't have a
open up
choice
your
because of
options.
segregation, and that's
Yeah.
exactly why Umar wants segregation, because he wants to take the rights away from Black women
That's
to
what it
choose to
is.
open their options and be happy.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and
Yep.
this anecdotal, my family, and that man knows that is not the common situation for Black people. Like stop it.
Exactly.
You know that is not common.
Yeah. But
I mean, I've heard stories of my grandma getting toe tagged by my grandfather. You know, I like I said, just because they're together don't mean they're happy. You know, I mean, like Cynthia G had mentioned, single Black mothers, you can still be they say you can still be married to that man, or Commonwealth married to that man, but he's not doing anything. He's not providing. If he's living in a house under the same roof with you, he's not doing nothing. He's just laying up and living off of your welfare.
Yeah, married single mothers. Yep.
Yeah, married single mothers. That's what she meant. Married single
married
mothers.
single mothers.
Yeah, married single mothers.
There it is.
You know,
there it is.
So for all we know, he probably had, his mother's his wife's mother was probably living that life, and his mother was probably living that life with him. He don't know. He don't know how their situation was, and of course, the mom's going to respect the child and not tell them about it. Right. I didn't find out all these things about what my mom went through until I was way older, and she opened up to me. And she really didn't even want to tell me at all about the abuse she went through. So that's what I'm saying. This bull crap that he's talking about, well, they all married and I don't know what you're talking about. No, that doesn't mean they're happy.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, it's very documented.
I was talking. When it comes down to it, there are some men that leave. And when we're going to talk about the men that leave, let's talk about a lot of men that leave because of how they were pushed out by people who were going around trying to get government benefits. Let's talk about that. If he's not there, let's talk about all these single family households that are there because somebody wanted a baby so they can get a check one day and didn't give a damn about who she had that baby with. 80% of the women having the sex with the same 20% of men. If you keep in that same loophole, you got to look in the mirror.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, what do you think about that? Is it Black women just having a baby to get a check?
Well, that goes back to the thing I was saying about how Black men believe all these reports and all these government conspiracies, and Black men was pushed out the home by welfare, and Black women, you weren't allowed to have a man in the house if you wanted welfare. All this stuff has been disproven, it's been debunked, it's not true. There is no truth to you not being allowed to be a father and be a provider and a man in your household if the woman is on welfare. He's referencing right now that report, the Moynihan report. I know he's referencing that report because that is such a common talking point. The Moynihan report actually says the opposite. It says that the expansion of welfare can be taken as a measure to how much Black men was deserting their families. Mm-hmm. Black welfare only expanded exponentially because Black men were leaving so much. It said that when welfare started for Black women, the typical Black woman on welfare was married and her children were by her husband who deserted. So he left. And because he left, she still needed resources to provide for her kids that was still there. So she accepted welfare. So this is like one of these lies that Black men tell themselves is to further their victim vote, that Black women kicked all fathers out the house in order to get a welfare check.
No. Go ahead, Brent.
No, let me welcome Miss. Welcome to the panel. She just jumped on. Miss, how are you doing?
I thought I counted another person.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Brent. Long time no see.
Oh, good to see you. How are you doing?
I don't know if you remember me, but hello, everyone.
I think I do, but you got a different name.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the name, but it's not all there. It's just MS, but that's fine. I'm not a YouTuber anyway.
Yeah. Okay, well, good to see you.
Yes.
I was listening, and I mean, some things disturbed me. Okay. But I'm not here to judge anyone. I don't know too much about Dr. Umar. and I don't know too much about Fox Soul, that whole show. I know a little bit. I've seen a little bit of him like talking on videos and stuff like that, but I don't know too much about him. But I'm a social worker in California. And I deal with the community of people who are lost, who are broken, and who I try to help better their lives. I don't know if Umar comes from that world where you deal with people who don't have it all together. But I know there's a lot of broken people out there, men and women of all nationalities.
Okay.
Some of it's, just generational. Some of what they're saying on the Fox Soul, some I can, I see their point of view. I'm not saying that I agree or disagree, but I just see their point of view. And there are broken people that are out there.
Okay.
Me, I try to do my best to assist people to better their lives, because I feel if I don't, then I'll be a part of the problem. I'm not saying that I'm going to put my life on the line for a stranger or anything like that, because I have my family myself. But that's one of my passions, is to help people better their mentality, which, sometimes it's really difficult depending on how damaged the person is. But what they're saying on that panel, the Tammy person or whatever, I don't really know who she is. But when I hear people say things that are not true, it's almost like they are saying that, trying to speak it into existence. So I don't fault her for that. I just, we know the statistics, we know what we see, we know what we've grown up around and all of that stuff, and know what's out there. But I think some people, they want a change so bad that they're willing to throw things in the air like that. That's how I received what she said. I didn't receive it as she really thinks that, all Black fathers, and there's not a problem in the Black community, there's not a problem in the Black family or anything like that. I think I received her statement as if she's trying to speak it into existence, because that's something that she personally wants.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I get that. And a lot of people want things to be a certain way. And I think a lot of women, go to bat for Black men and all throughout, because they want them to be the best of the best. They want them to be the best men out there.
But
And
it's also you can't, a lot of Black women are, a lot of them, and I'm not saying, I can't give numbers because I don't know every Black woman in the world.
Yeah.
But I know that there's a lot of frustration, disappointment, as far as how Black women view Black men. And they have their reasons. I'm not here to judge them.
Yeah.
But you also have to make sure that, I'm not saying that you're part of the problem, but you have to just make sure you're not continuing that part of the problem. That situation, as far as the Black American, because you were speaking about African families. I've been to Africa to a few different countries and saw a difference. And I've heard from African women who complain about African men. So there's like a mixture of, good and bad in every group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. There is.
Let's continue.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Okay.
Dewan, I mean, your points are well taken. I'm just confused on how we go from a war against Black men to women having babies by different men. It's not adding up here. Dr. Umar, help me make the math.
Well, there's a couple things. Number one, we have to make sure that we conduct a systems analysis and an institutional assessment.
Yeah. And now
communities are made up of institutions or the lack thereof. Communities are governed by systems or the lack thereof. Let us be very clear about something. This fratricide, this black on black crime that so many of our brothers are engaging in, let us remember Irish did the same thing. Italians did the same thing. European Jews did the same thing. And in the 1930s and 1940s, the United States government decided to upgrade them to white status, and in so doing, gave the Italians control of the fire departments in the black community, gave the Irish control of the police departments in the black community, and gave the European Jewish immigrants control of the civil service municipal jobs that they still control in many city centers today. The point that I'm making, Tammy, is that America gave Southern European immigrants an economic stimulus package. Before they gave that economic stimulus package to Jews, Irish, and Italians, they were doing the exact same thing black men are doing today, selling drugs, breaking the law, running in gangs, killing one another. But the government intervened and aided them. The reason black male pathology is still going on 30, 40, 50 years later is there has been no resolution, there have been no solutions, and there have been no governmental intervention. With that being said, I'm not waiting on the government to solve the problems of black men. We as black men have to unite, come together, organize, and solve our own problems. Just because we can admit that the government introduced pathology into the black community, we can still take full responsibility for ending it ourselves.
Hope, I see.
Okay, what do you guys think about that? That was a lot said. And he says Irish, Italians did the same thing, but they were elevated to whiteness. Well, last time I checked, Irish and Italians are white people.
Yeah.
Unless I'm wrong, I don't know how they're elevated to whiteness. I mean, yeah, Italians were treated badly back in the day. Irish were treated badly. Yeah, and there was crime. He's right. I mean, we had the Italian mafia, the Irish mafia. Yeah, there was crime.
Yeah, but they were still white at the end of the day. They were Europeans.
Yeah,
you know, white Europeans.
And at the end of the day, though, they took care of their families and men did what they need to do to get those families back on track. Right. Jewish men very often separate themselves. Asian men separate themselves. Latino men separate themselves. But the difference between their communities and our communities is that the men are leading the charge and making sure that things are made right for their communities. They are the ones who are in charge of the economic system for their communities. They're the ones who are making sure that their kids get educated, that the women and children are taken care of. Umar talked about black men taking leadership, but black men are not coming together to take leadership. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. And it also is, here we go again with the double, this double thing that they keep saying. I thought it was just a handful. It's just a handful of black men, right? It's not all. So why do you need an economic stimulus package to save black men from selling drugs and being in gangs and robbing and killing and mass incarceration? You still need a stimulus package, but it's only a handful. It's not that many. So what? So which is it? Is there a problem or is there not a problem?
Yeah. And the other thing is that the money is there. The money is available if you go and look for it. So that's the thing. These days, it's available to everyone. All those packages, all that money. There are these things called grants that I'm learning how to get. But you have to go to the system and be like, look, I'm requesting this. I'm going to compete for it. I'm going to get out there and get it and work for it. And then you will get it. No one's going to come, knock on your door and hand you a check. I don't care what, I don't care what they did again back in 1940, 1950. This is how it works.
And even back then, why weren't black men standing up for the community back then? Why weren't they doing anything to protect women and children in the community back then? If they can talk about all this other BS with the Irish and the Italians, what were they doing to protect the black community back then? Not a daggone thing.
Were you the one that mentioned the Black Wall Street?
No, they weren't doing anything. Black Wall Street is gone. They allowed that to get taken from them.
Yeah, that was 100 years ago.
The thing that you mentioned about Black Wall Street, and I'm not a judger, but all I know is from reading about it in books, not online. There was about 6,000, probably a little bit over 6,000 people who needed somewhere to stay. They bombed and murdered. And this was 100 years ago, 102 years ago. But you have to understand the time that it was in, and you're dealing with a prominent, wealthy community who, they probably didn't walk around with guns to protect themselves and do all that stuff. They probably were nonviolent people because historically that's what a lot of people have been. Black people have been back then, prior to the civil rights movement and stuff like that. Those people, from how I read it, they were really there was lynchings going on at that time. That was during that time. So, I don't think that there were so many people that were murdered. So it's like, you kind of got to look at the totality of the situation.
I can't sit down and give them a pass. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
You guys brought it up, so I'm just saying that you have to remember the time it was and the situation itself. But that whole thing back then, that was a different time. People lived a certain way. These were like a wealthy community. You go in a wealthy community today, you're not going to see gangs and you're not going to see all the drugs and all of that. These men were educated and smart, and these families had money and,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of evil going on. We can go in the Black Wall Street, Rosewood. There's so much evil, so much racism and evilness. And yeah, that did happen. Yes. We're talking about this panel, and we're talking about here and now.
Exactly.
100 years later.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for letting me come on here.
You're most welcome.
I just want to encourage everyone on this panel, in your daily lives, live it with compassion. And if you're not going to better the situation, there's no reason to complain about it. And the resources, like the lady said, the resources are there. I deal with people who I'm trying to get to the resources, get them to want the resources. You are so right about that. That's the main thing that frustrates me about my job, is that it is there. But social media, music, a lot of other things we have to compete with. Especially as a mother, I have to compete with those things. I got one in college and I'm working on the other one to get in college. But we have so much to compete with. And I'm doing it by myself, unfortunately. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to give up.
Yeah, don't give up.
No, never.
Yeah.
But thank you, and God bless you all.
Yeah, God bless you too. Thanks for coming on.
Okay. Yeah, Brent, I just want to say real quick, like when people come up, can we please try and stick to the topic of the video? Well, I don't want to get you off track like that.
Yeah. Well, the thing of it is okay. But yeah, there was evil done in the past. I get it. I mean,
there was evil things in the past, but why did they not protect those communities? They could have done it.
Yeah.
They could have done it. They could have found a way to do it, and they didn't. And I'm sorry, but I can't have compassion for that, because if they didn't do it back then, why are we even concerned that they're going to do it now?
You know what? Here's the thing. No one is negating what history was.
Yeah.
What I am saying is that my father was born in 1926.
Yeah.
My mother was born in 1930. And I lived in a household with those two individuals who migrated to the North during the Jim Crow South. And not one time did I ever hear either one of them blame white people for whatever happened in their life. Not one single time. Now, is that unique situation? Maybe. But I'm going to just say this. They weren't a part of Black Wall Street. They weren't a part of the Black Mafia in Harlem. They weren't a part of any of these. They were just hardworking people. My dad got to Michigan, and next thing you know, he had draft papers waiting for him to go to Korea. Okay. I don't ever hear anyone talk about the benefits that came from a lot of the social programs. All we want to do is dial it back to the massacres, to slavery. I'm not saying these things didn't exist. What I am saying is, how is it that you can be a part of the baby boomer generation and in my community give birth to Generation X children who do not have any touch?
Yeah, hey guys,
on them, but yet they complain about what's not in front of them, but there's nothing but opportunity there. Nothing but opportunity.
Hey guys, let's get back to this panel. I mean, that's like a sidebar, and the thing of it is, we could debate the past, but we're talking about this panel and here today, and these men are going back to the past, just like the young lady was talking about the past, Black Wall Street, Rosewood, this stuff. Yeah, it was evil, but look, we're focusing on today. And the thing of it is, you cannot change the past. You cannot. It's done. It's a done deal. It's over. Yeah, it was evil, it was wrong. Okay, let's move on. Let's be successful. Let's marry the women in our community. Let's create families. Let's focus on that. How you beat white supremacy is living your best life. Do that. Okay, let's move on.
You nodding?
Yes, because I feel like when you can name all of these things so eloquently and so beautifully, and yet y'all still fail at being able to do these things after years and years and years and years and years of trying, where do we find a new solution? Because if you can't talk to each other, if the old men are scared of these new boys because they're a lot wilder than y'all were, because they're a lot more buck than y'all were, what ends up happening is I see that a lot of y'all see these young boys, and instead of addressing them, y'all are afraid of them. And so you walk away and say, well, that's their generation's problem. And it can't just be that generation's problem. Like Sin has been continuously saying, if I have to just answer the question with a yes or no, my answer is no, because the war that we're fighting for Black men is the one that Black men are fighting within themselves. Is it about adjacency to whiteness? Is it about being able to assimilate to that white hand? Or is it really about the freedom of Black men and the Black family and the Black community?
I like that question a lot, Hope.
What do you think, guys? You like that question? Like,
yes, she's basically saying, what we're saying. All these, we can talk all day long about what happened in the past, but none of us, nobody here lived through Black Wall Street. None of the Black men sitting on YouTube today worried about all this irrelevant stuff lived through Black Wall Street. Okay, that wasn't your story. So we've been talking about this stuff and talking about it. This stuff has been years and years and years in the talking, and y'all ain't done nothing yet. That's what she's saying. What are y'all doing today? What are you doing today? Instead of standing on the shoulders of people that did build 100 years ago, people that did do something. You're trying to stand on their shoulders and take credit for what they did when you did not do the same thing. You do not. All Black men don't get credit for who built Black Wall Street. Y'all can't all get credit for that.
That's right.
Yeah. And the thing of it is how can you blame people living today for what happened in the past? How can you blame me for slavery? I never owned a plantation. I never bought and sold people. Jim Crow. I never wrote legislation for Jim Crow.
And let's be real. Most white people didn't own slaves back then because most of them were too poor and they were farmers.
Exactly.
And stuff. So you can't sit there and blame all white people for slavery because most of them did not even own slaves at all.
That is true. And when people throw slavery at me, some of these black dudes that say, "Well, your grandfather owned slaves," no, weirdo. My grandparents were Irish immigrants. They had no money. They were poor white people.
Exactly.
They couldn't have a slave because they couldn't afford it. Period.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
And not all white people were for slavery. Most of them didn't even want slaves in America. They wanted to work those fields. They wanted to work the cotton fields and the plantations. They didn't want that. And here's the thing. It was the rich people that wanted to keep the slaves there.
Yeah, because they wanted money. They wanted free labor.
Yeah, free labor.
I guess I'm thinking that Black people that think like that think that every white person owns slaves.
Oh yeah, like we just.
They really do think
really,
that.
Really? Oh my goodness, that's the most bizarre thing ever. That was like a part of a very small class of people. I mean, and it's never been depicted in any history as being anything other than that. Everybody did not own slaves. I mean, come on. I mean, there are even some. Go ahead, Brent.
No, I was going to say, and here's the thing: ever since that first slave ship landed, there were abolitionists from the get-go, and let me tell you, there was always people against that. People seen the evil in that. It wasn't everybody, but we're not allowed to say all. We're just all racist. Yeah, it was my fault. It happened. I participated, even though I wasn't alive. But we'll just say that. But here's the thing: we're getting caught up in the past, and we're not focusing on 2022. Right. And I'm not excusing the past by no means.
Me either.
But here's the thing: what's the best for the family? Us as a nation, whether you like it or not, whether you're black or white, we're stuck together. This is our home, and we can come together as brother and sister, or we can fight each other and destroy it and destroy each other. Dr. Umar wants separation. David Duke wants separation. They will destroy our country. And it don't matter how much evil the white man did, you're going to be destroyed along with us by having that segregated mindset. I'm just going to say it. And in today's world, you can compete. In today's world, it don't matter if you're black or white, you can be successful. Is there racism and discrimination? Yes. But as long as you're the victim, you already lost. So if you want to be a victim, throw up your surrender, white flag, step aside, and let men that want to work move forward and have the resources, have the good wives and the good families. And yes, black women are the best option. And us as white men, we're going to compete against black women for the black woman. And as our eyes open more and more, you're going to see more of us. And if it hurt, and if you're upset about it, I don't care, because I'm living in today's world, and you know what? We need to build our family, our community, our nation.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry guys, I just got on a little rant.
That's okay. We can do that sometime. We can do that.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going.
Okay. All right, you guys got anything to say before I push play?
You can keep moving.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I want to hang on to that question. Dewan, if there is a war against black men, what exactly is the war?
The war is to disenfranchise black men economically, because when you destabilize us economically, everything else is going to fall. We can take this back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, in which Maslow didn't come up with, but that's who gets the credit for it. When you take away food, clothing, and shelter, everything on top is going to crumble. That's just human science. And what I'm hearing right now are people that are saying, ignore the science, ignore what's been proven for thousands of years, and let's just focus on these black men. I don't care that everyone else has done it when they were in the same economic situation. I don't care the fact that black men don't do this when they're sort of stable. Let's ignore all of that stuff, and let's just go back to what black men need to be doing. When you take away the bottom need of the pyramid, everything else is going to crumble. And with that being done, it's still only a few of us crumbling. It's a whole lot of us winning too.
Okay. What do you say, ladies?
Once again, it's still only a few of us. So why are black men putting the economy $50 billion into debt? That does not sound like a few to me.
Yeah.
That's 50 billion. If a few black men can run the debt up $50 billion, we have more of a problem in the black community than can be solved.
Mm-hmm.
So he's being intellectually disingenuous when he says that. All of us are thriving. No, you're not.
Yeah, you're not.
The stats don't say that. You're in jail. You're all these problems. You're unemployed, and all these problems don't make up. Only a few of us are having problems, but the majority of us are thriving. No, I'm sorry. He's just he's making things up at this point.
I think it's kind of crazy. He says that black men are the breadwinners, and very few are doing bad things. So according to what he's saying, black men are are on their top of the game. They're doing it. They're successful. They're making it work. So what are we even talking about? Black community successful. Yeah. Where's the war? You're so successful that what are we even doing?
There we go with that double, that double talk again. It's like, which one is it? Is there a war or not? Is there a problem or not? Are you being oppressed or not?
Yeah.
Y'all can't have it both ways. And so I kind of looked a little bit into that 50 billion in debt that they caused the economy. Remember for a while, black men was going around saying 65% of black men are in the middle class. We're all successful now.
Yeah.
Well, when you actually look at that study, it says marriage makes the difference for black men because they're only 65% in the middle class when they're married to black women. It's the woman's salary that helps to put them in the middle class. It's the combined income. They're not doing that by themselves. If they have anything that they're doing, anything that they are successful at, black women are usually behind it or around it somehow, some way. So I don't understand how there's a war, but most black men are successful. Is there a war or not?
Exactly.
Right. And the thing of it is black women are standing behind them, helping them be successful. So I don't know. It just, but he's a successful victim, I guess. I mean,
it. Successful
he's victorious, but a victim.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
He's forever a victim.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine waking up every day reaching for the victim glass and drinking a glass of it.
Yeah, and I don't know this guy. I mean, he says he got a 20-year marriage. That's great. That shows character there. And maybe he's a successful man. Maybe he sees it different. But if you're successful, most successful people aren't claiming to be victims.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Right.
You don't see that. It just don't make
Most
sense.
successful
really.
people aren't even on Tammy's panel. They're working.
Yeah, they don't have.
Generally, people like him and Umar should be telling black men how to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
That's it.
Exactly.
And here's the thing.
They did it. So why is it that it's such a problem for everybody else? You want to turn everybody else into a victim so you have a platform to stand on.
Maybe that's where their success is, victimhood.
Yeah, that's the hustle.
Yeah.
The hustle is being the victim and having people feel sorry for him so they can just dump coins into his can, his pork and bean can, like a homeless man. I'm tired of them.
We'll send them a can of pork and beans. Okay, let's continue.
I agree with that. I want to go ahead, Hope.
I was going to say, but it's at the expense of the black families that y'all claim to care so much about. I think that what we fail to realize is that when the black men who do have that platform that are not doing those things get on, the last thing that they're thinking about is the black adjacency to their family. They want to assimilate to whatever whiteness, whatever white male privilege they can get. And that's a large part of the problem. We see this happen when we look at social media and we're seeing black men publicly proclaim the idea of loving on everything but a black woman, wanting to have children because their eyes and their hair are going to be looser and more exotic looking. You do not see that as much in an influx of black women as you do in black men. So when y'all do get on, then it should be the responsibility of y'all, if y'all really care about this upholding of the black family, to then come back to the black communities that you come from and create those black families and show people.
Dr. Umar, you welcome.
Okay, what do you think about Hope? She said?
I think she delivered one there.
Yeah, I think she hit it. Go ahead.
I want to say that this upholding the black community is usually a responsibility of black women. Black women are the ones that are expected to uphold and hold it down, and we need to, the sacred black community is the black woman's responsibility. And the only reason why these men are even worried about the sacred black community and what about black families and what about black children is because black women are really beginning to look outside of their race. Finally, that is why they suddenly act like they're so worried about, but what about the black family? What about the black community? That was not that it was not a problem when black men can date who they want to date and be with who they want to be with. how degenerate they are or not with a non, because they spread single motherhood everywhere they go. They bring their single motherhood, baby mama nonsense with them. So it's not like they're actually changing their patterns over there. But regardless, they only care about the Black community, or they're only pretending to, because Black women are finally waking up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I agree with that. And Black women are opening up their options more than ever right now.
Yep.
And Umar was whining about this. He was saying, well, Black women are the biggest group to interracially marry right now. Well, you think? I think they should. And you know what? From what these guys are presenting, the victim narrative, and back in the past, and not explaining what they're doing today, what woman would go for that?
Exactly.
What woman? I mean, seriously.
Exactly.
And the thing of it is Black women are becoming successful, more educated. Black women are moving up the corporate ladder. Black women are the most professional and most traditional. When you talk about women of faith, Black women lead the way there. And if their marriage stats are low, the traditional Black woman's going to look elsewhere because she wants a husband, she wants a family, she wants a solid foundation. So when you present victimhood, you already lost. And I would say to any man, non-Black man, you want to get with a Black woman, these dudes are paving a victory lap for you. They are setting you up for success by presenting the victimhood and making it sound like you're such an oppressor. And when you come with resources and love, and you tell that young lady how beautiful she is, and you appreciate her education, you appreciate the success she has, and you appreciate her for who she is, she's going to gravitate to you. Just saying.
These men are making it very easy, and a lot of them don't understand it. They think that divestors and Black women that want to date out are hateful and racist. But how much more of this victim mentality do y'all want us to sit here and listen to? How many more? I don't want to listen to no man coming home telling, I'm asking him, did you find, because I heard my mother have this conversation. I've seen a lot of women have this conversation. Did you find a job today? No, it's racist out here. This world is racist. They don't want to help a Black man out. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear no excuses about how racism is stopping you from finding a job, and racism is stopping you from being the man you're supposed to be, and grading you on a curve because the white society is holding you down. Like, Black women don't want to hear that nonsense any freaking more. That ship has sailed.
Yeah, and if you take an example of Richard Loving, he was they treated him like crap. They wouldn't give him jobs because he was married to a Black woman. He went through the ringer, but he still found a way to find a job and provide for his wife and kids and build her house. So tell me, is it that bad you can't do that?
Wow.
Just saying. But anyway, anybody got anything else before we move on? Okay.
Nope.
Let's move on.
Welcomed us to the show by saying Black Power. Black Power. Okay. Is
Black Power.
Is there some truth to the assimilation that Black men want or perceive to want when it comes to this war being waged against you?
Well, there's definitely some truth to it, but I think that truth is also evident in Black women. Black men, many of them may choose to want a white woman, but many Black women choose to look like white women. So we have to look at ourselves.
Stop it right there, Brent?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because black men need to cut it out. Black women have been forced to assimilate. We don't exactly live in a country that caters to us and caters to how we look and caters to our hair texture. To this very day, no Black woman with high if she studied hard to get into a good company, you have to really think about how you want to wear your hair to that interview. You have to really stop and consider, like, I want to go in natural. I don't know, but you actually want to get the job and you don't want to cause any distractions. You know what I mean? It's like a fight. You're so conscious and so aware of if you may offend somebody or something like that. It's like we have to assimilate because we don't live in a country that caters to us and caters to what we look like and all of that. And black hair has always been like a cause for like issues and stuff like that. Like it's kind of crazy when you hear stuff like natural hair made it through the House and now it's going to get to the Senate. Like what? It needs to be it needs to be approved by the House and the Senate in order to be acceptable.
Yeah. Let me say something on that with black women's hair. And yes, I will say this. Black women's hair, when they went to interviews, when serving in the military, they had to have their hair a certain way. They couldn't just have any hairstyle they wanted. And a lot of it, they wouldn't approve natural hairstyles for black women. And that's been proven in society. And I've talked to black women about this in my generation. They say, yeah, we couldn't wear our hair just any old way. There were a lot of black women that couldn't wear the afro because some people felt that was a militant look. I remember my time in the military. You know, I had a female soldier, was a black lady, right? And she had braided hair, and it was neat. It was a nice, neat appearance, and it didn't meet the regulations at the time.
Oh my
And
God!
this is like in the late '80s, right? And I got my butt reamed for this because I was allowing her to have an improper military look, which I didn't even know. But here's the thing: they've changed the standards since then. And I was accused of letting her get away with it because my wife was black and I was somehow partial to black women.
What?
Yeah, I went through that a little bit. Nothing really happened by it. It was just there was a certain hair standard, and I didn't know. I thought it was a neat look. It was nothing wild or crazy. She just had braided hair, and women could have braided hair at the time, but her braids were too big. That was the issue. So, yeah, black women have dealt with the hair thing, yes, and I've seen it firsthand. And to say they're trying to look like white women, um, you know, a lot of black men prefer black women with straight hair, and you've seen. Me and my wife were watching Basketball Wives, right? We turned on the TV; it was on, and I'm not really into that. I'm just like whatever. But we watched a little bit of it. All them women had straight hair. None of them had the natural black woman hair.
Yeah.
So if that's an issue, I believe if that's what black men really wanted was natural hair, there'd be a lot more black women.
Exactly. So that black men are, again, like they're pretending like they really actually love natural hair this whole time, and we just want women to be no, you didn't. Black men made it very clear and very apparent that they did not like natural hair. That they found natural hair ugly. So they're only walking it back now because it looks bad. You know, it actually looks bad for them.
You know what? I would have taken. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say something about this too. So as far as the black woman's hair thing, since black men love to go back to slavery so much, I'm going to go back to the time when we first landed in this country, and black women were forbidden because white women were jealous of our hair to wear our natural hair. A white man put it into law called a Tenyon laws. So since we've been in this country, we have been degraded for wearing our natural hair. And what were black men doing then, or what have they ever done to change that? They didn't protect us then. and they aren't standing up for us now to be able to wear our natural hair. They have never stood up for us. So if they really wanted natural hair, they would go to the Supreme Court, like they went to the Supreme Court to marry white women and get it put into law. Okay, again, the only thing black men have ever fought for is to be with white women. They've never protected our hair or anything. So, and they keep going back to this thing. Oh, the white man, the white man, the white man. But it's not there. It hasn't been white man's responsibility to protect us, and they've given up that responsibility. So we have to do what we have to do. If I want to be successful, I have to be accepted. And 9 times out of 10, that means not wearing my natural hair.
Yes, that means assimilating. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they fought for. Now we have to deal with that and not be, go back to black women. Black women, they want to look like white women. No, we don't. We just want to be successful and make sure that we can make a way in this country.
Yes.
Right? That's all we want. And if you're not going to stand for it, well, but who got that now they call what do they call that law that they're trying to get passed now to allow us to wear our hair to work?
There's
and that was fought for by black women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so and now black men who wear natural hair are going to benefit from that, who wear their hair in the locks and stuff. So it's ridiculous. It's just the rhetoric is insane.
Yeah, it's another way to blame black women. I'm just but that hair is an issue, and me and my wife Sandy, when we do our live together, we're going to talk about that. Because we're going to talk about black women's hair, and I'm going to show videos of legislation. Even in the state of New Mexico, we had recent legislation on black women's hair. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Wow.
It blew my mind. I was like, I knew there was a thing where black women were discriminated on their hair because of the corporate America and stuff that was going on, but I didn't even know it was in my state. I thought my state was beyond that craziness, but I guess not. But anyway.
It's called the Crown Act. That's what it's called. It's called the Crown Act. It's like it's like black women's hair has literally been like the government has had their hands in our hair for like a long time, like hundreds of years, like
since we got to the country. Since we got here, they've had it.
Yeah, well, with all fairness, I like to touch black women's hair.
Well, ask permission first.
Oh yeah, unless you're married, my wife lets me touch her hair. She's like, I love you.
She would.
But we've been married 28 years. I had to prove myself. But no, but all fairness, the government has had their hands on black women's hair. So this stuff that black women want to be like white women is a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
And but anyway, let's hear what else Doctor of Delusion has to say. Yeah, let's see what he has to say.
Have to recognize that the pathology is not more of one gender than the other. That's the issue I have with conversations that seek to see who is more at fault, the black man or the black woman. It's not about who's more at fault. We rise together or we will perish together. The black man cannot survive.
Or you will open up your options and date out and be successful and survive that way. Let's just say that. Okay.
Survive without his woman, and the black woman cannot survive without her man. And the issue that
yes, the black woman can survive without the black man.
Yeah, we've been surviving.
Yeah. They've been, Let's continue.
I take with my two sisters' narrative is I hear a lot of criticism. I hear a lot of condemnation, but I don't hear any empowerment. I don't hear any.
Well, that's because you don't want criticism. You want praise. You want worship. Let's just tell it like it is. Ladies, what do you think?
Black men need to learn to empower themselves.
Yeah.
Period.
For
point blank.
Please.
They need to learn to empower themselves and compete with other men. Stop competing with us.
Yeah. I mean, but he wants you to uplift him. He wants you to say black power and uplift the black man and just say he's the best of the best.
Yeah.
And that's what he wants. But he don't see that it's his job to uplift black women. But okay.
Solutions coming from either one of them. It appears as if that there is a hatred towards black men by those sisters. Even when they said, why are we going back to 1960? Let's stay in 2022. That is so immature and irresponsible of a statement. As a psychologist, when a client comes into my office, the first thing I perform is a history on their depression, a history on their suicide, a history on their anxiety. When you go see the medical doctor, he performs a history. When you go buy a home, they perform a history. When you go purchase an automobile, they perform a history on that automobile. But when we talk about the problems that affect black males, we're supposed to look at it in a vacuum. We're not supposed to put it in a historical context. And with that being said, the language and the narrative that's coming out of the mouth of these two beautiful black women is
beautiful black woman and trans woman. Did you forgot to say that, Umar? Okay, let's continue.
Is one that I think the white power structure would endorse because it totally absolves them of any responsibility for the hell black men catch in this country.
Cynthia G, you did say, why are we going all the way back to 1960? There is some truth to history when it comes to evaluating anything or anyone. So what do you say to that? Hold that thought, because I only got about 30 seconds here, so I don't want you to get into it, because I know you're going to get into it good, sis.
Yeah, you're going to get into it good.
Yeah. Can I comment on what Dr. Umar just said?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we look at the history. When I go to my doctor and I say I'm having this problem, they do look at my history, but they don't live in my history. They look at my history, diagnose it, and then see what the problem is and resolve that problem. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I'm gonna stay sick. And that's what black men are doing. They're not just looking at the history to get information and bring it to the present so that we can figure out what to do now. They're looking at the history and living there so that we can never move forward, get our S together and move forward and do better for ourselves. And black women are tired. Black women have persevered through everything. And now we're actually doing better than our men. And so we're going to find better men or better whatever to live our lives with and be happy rather than continuing to look at the history and live there. So
right. That's exactly the lines I wanted to go on, because he doesn't just look at the history. And everybody that he mentioned doesn't just look at the history and live in the history. Then he prescribes something. Then he gives you a prescription. Then he tells you to take this medicine. It'll make your current symptoms better. You know, like when I'm going to look into buying a house or buying a car, yes, they want to know my credit history, but then they give me something for today. And that's the part that's missing. All they ever want to talk about is history, and wave these old reports around and all these old stats and talk about we was kings back in Africa and 100 years ago we had Black Wall Street, and they always want to live in history and they got nothing going on today. What about today? And he also said that Black women take no responsibility for the hell Black men catch in this country. What do y'all want us to do? What do they want us to do? Mm-hmm. What do they want Black women to continue to do? Still keep marching? What do y'all want from us?
Well, the thing that's crazy about that is, they want you to keep marching. But, a lot of times Black women are so much to blame, and Black women are doing everything they can. There's so many Black women that love Black men and, giving it their all. Just some of these women are working 2 jobs and trying to make it work. They're trying to, get these men to, apply for a job or, go to school and uplifting them and, trying to cater to them. And so many of these pro-Black ladies out there, they're telling Black women, you need to do better. You need to understand this. Black women, you need to do this. Black women. And it's like Black women are the most successful women in America. What else do they need to do?
They're driving themselves to extinction. They are victimizing themselves into self-extinction. Is what is going on because nobody's paying much mind. Black women are moving on. Okay, by and large, there is a cultural mindset, and the more they complain, the more Black women are starting to see. They're not reaching. I mean, can you imagine a woman? Now, I'm not saying this is always the case, because for generations, this is what we did. We went to school, we worked, we took care of the children, and we lifted them up and carried them and made them look like they were working when they weren't. Okay, but we're past that time now. We've moved past it, and nobody's going back to it. Nobody's going backwards. So I don't know who Umar is standing on his little crayon box for, because his soapbox is gone and disintegrated. Nobody's listening to that crap anymore. Small little population of women who've been brainwashed, and when they wake up, oh boy, it's going to be all over. Because I'm going to tell you, there is no way anybody is going to go back. I mean, look at the way we've been treated. I mean, it's like social media, if they didn't do anything, it put a huge jumbotron in front of us. Yeah. We see exactly what they think of us and all the help and the work that we've done. And no, there is no reciprocity, and then there is no respect in regard either.
Yeah, social media, I tell you, the truth is coming to the light. And you know what? We've seen bits and pieces of it in society. Mm-hmm. I've seen how some of these guys have treated Black women. I know Black women that I work with at work that are in their 40s and 50s, never been married, but they're pro-Black. They're down for the cause. Yeah. I feel so bad. I was just like, can I give you a hug and just talk to you about opening up that option? I mean, can we talk? There's a white guy here. There's an Asian. And there's a Hispanic guy, and these men love you. Have you looked that way? I'm just saying. Yeah. And I'm not trying to sell Black women to just date out to do it. No, look for the best option, ladies. Mm-hmm. That's what you need to do. Yeah. And if the best option's in your community, hey, go for it. But if it's not, hey, open up that option, because it's about you. Ladies, it's about you. What's best for you and your future children? That's what you got to think about. You got to be strategic. Is this man going to provide for you and your children? Is he going to hold a stable job? And he don't have to be rich, but where's his mindset? Does he want to provide for you, or does he want you to bring something to the table? Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, this garbage of, oh, what are you bringing to the table? Ladies, if some man tells you that, turn around and run for your life, because what he wants you to bring to the table is everything you have, so he can live an easy life.
That's right. That is so very true. For many of them, that is what we get. They rest in their femininity. So that and it's amazing how they are now calling us masculine. Boy, I live. You know, the one thing that that they cannot do is extinguish me from my history and the history that I've lived over the last 30, 40 years. I have walked it, I've talked it, I have seen it, I've witnessed it. They have systematically and fundamentally set us up, and this is a gaslight, this whole masculine thing. They created this movement.
Yeah, yep.
They wanted to be coddled, they want to be cared for, they wanted to complain about what opportunities weren't there for them. And what did we do? We fell in line and we lifted them up and patched them up and made them feel good. And what did they do? They ran around and they cheated on us. They left us. They did all these things. And now we're looking at 20, 30 years later. They still haven't evolved, and they got to find somebody to blame.
Yeah.
Their fingers right at us. The masculine women they created because they wanted to be resting in their femininity and sit on their butts with their feet up playing video games.
Yeah. And yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and move on.
And then have to come right back out of it. You understand? So just make sure you understand the question at hand, which is about a person's history. In this particular case, Black men's history in America, and why it doesn't matter when it comes to the war being waged against them. We'll talk about that and more when we return on The Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul.
Okay, The Business of Black with Tammy Mack. All right, Tammy Mack.
Let's be back. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the Business of Being Black today is Black men? Is there a war being waged against them? We left off with Dr. Umar talking about how history matters when it comes to the contextual matters of Black men having wars waged against them, a war waged against them. So, Cynthia G., what do you say to historical context?
I say we should go to the historical context, because what I have not heard from Dr. Umar Johnson, or I think his name is Duane. Duane is what I have not heard as they're mentioning all of the things that was done to them. I haven't heard what you did in response to it. So I would like to know, what did you do in response in history other than go to the Supreme Court and petition to have access to the men's women that you're complaining?
Becky, Karen. Okay.
And accusing of disenfranchising you. See, because in the 1960s, what Black men were really doing, and it's been documented, many civil rights leaders have admitted to it, what Black men were doing is chasing the white man's woman, trying to so-called stick it to him by way of going to their women, which you...
Yeah, and hey, Tyrone, stick it to us. Hey, I'll show you where the Beckys are. You could go bowling for Beckys all night. And if that's how you're going to get to me, hey, brother, do it all night. And you know what? Hey, enjoy yourself. And here's the thing. Because we're so racist, we allowed you access to white women. And you know what? We celebrate Black men with white women. We do, as white men. In fact, we try to show love to Black men because we don't want them to think we're racist. And we say, yeah, oh, that's great. You're with her. Oh, yeah, interracial love. Good job. And we show them love. Do we not in society? Open up your eyes. We do. But when we date a Black woman, when we show love for Keisha, oh my God, all hell breaks loose, and we're called all kinds of things. And then the women we're with are called white supremacists, Black women. Make that make sense. It doesn't. But that's what's really going on. So, if you're sticking it to us, yeah, I mean, that's the biggest group of women. Go ahead, keep sticking it to us.
Yeah.
I'll help you find them so you can feel good in your femininity. But anyway.
You said it all, Brent.
Should have been doing is trying to get liberation for yourself. What you should have been trying to do is get that foot off your neck. But see, the foot is not on your neck. And the only time you recognize it being on your neck is when you want to get away with doing something that you think white men are getting away with doing. Because let's just be real. Whenever we hear about this war against Black men, it's usually being brought up when there's a Black man like R. Kelly, Bill Cosby. We see Trey Songz going through it, Ari Spears, when they engage in some degeneracy, and then they're getting a consequence for it. And Black men think that because they perceive white men to be getting away with crimes, they want to be able to get away with crimes as well. The reality is, Dr. Umar can sit up here and list all the different ways that the system is disenfranchising Black men and Black men in a victim boat. But the reality is, what he cannot tell you is what Black men did in response to it, because they did nothing. They laid down and they nested under the skirt of their non-Black preferences, and only to complain that whenever they commit a crime, they're not getting off like they.
So let's find out, Dr.
Okay.
That was a mouthful. I love it.
Oh my goodness.
So I want to comment on
Go ahead.
everything. So as far as what you were saying about, how Black men were given permission and then they cry foul when Black women then want to date white men. They call us white supremacists and all these other names.
Yeah.
I feel like, again, that's gaslighting too, because they understand that white supremacy exists, except when they want the woman who is the mother of white supremacy. They never balk at that. But then they say that they criticize us for doing it because they know that we are all that they have. We are the only race of women who's going to fight for them. We are the only race of women who can have their children and keep them coming onto this earth. And we are the only race of women who are going to give up all resources for them. We were that. But more and more we're waking up and saying it's not worth it to us. It doesn't pay off for us. So why don't we go over here and do our own thing and leave them to do what they have to do, but also leave them to have to finally take responsibility for their actions. So I feel like once Black women step out from under them, they're gonna sink or they're gonna fall or rise on their own, and they don't want that because they know that we've been there all that time. They know that the only reason they've gotten as far as they are is because of us.
Well, yeah, that's true. And here's the thing: Black men have had their cake and eat it too for years.
Yeah.
And here's how they've had it because coming out of segregation, Black women are the most loyal. They have been historically. White men have been the most loyal. White men have stuck with white women, so they weren't going out trying to get with Black women. Well, they were, but it was like out of sight, out of mind. They had their mistresses. They were doing it that way, but it wasn't in the public. Um, so Black men would get with white women, and you know, and that would happen, and the white community would just look at white women as, oh, they're being rebellious, whatever, and so they were able to have Black women, white women, because white men weren't doing that. So they've had like how would I say, a monopoly on this. But in today's world, they don't have that. You gotta compete with white men, Asian, Hispanic for Black women now. Now these other men are seeing the value in Black women, and they're opening up their options. So now you don't just have free reign. And a lot of these Black women that were pro-Black and ride and die are like saying, wait a minute, what am I doing? So even they are opening up their options. So things are shifting, and they do not like it.
Yeah.
And it's always been lopsided with Black men and white women. Now it's evening out.
Yeah.
And but anyway, that's what I'm seeing is what's going on.
What's that saying, when you've been used to being on top for so long, equality feels like oppression?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like something is not fair, something is not right. Black men have never had to compete to be with a Black woman.
No.
She's always been the fallback. He's always been sure that he can have her. And so when you add competition into that mix, they just don't like the feeling of that. And I also want to touch on something Cynthia was talking about here, where she was saying that Black men only feel like there's a war when they have to face consequences, which is true. The war is always on some degenerate Black man that did some crazy crime, that committed something horrible that he shouldn't have. That, you know what I mean? Like, it's because he's being targeted. Like, R. Kelly's being targeted because he's Black, not because he's a sexual predator, not because he likes to have sex with children. I don't know how much I can say about that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Let me censor that.
R. Kelly, right?
Yeah. He's not. It's because he's Black. That's what's happening here. His actions have nothing to do with why he is catching the consequence right now. It's because he's Black. Please.
Yeah.
And the other part, sadly, is that they, we see the transition of Cynthia G. She used to be so pro-Black. Now she's on the opposite end, and you see all the dissent, and everyone was so mad at her, and now Black men are up in arms because now she's speaking the truth. Now that she's woken up, but the other fact is that they don't treat white women or Asian women, their preferences, quote unquote, any better than they do us. They go over there and they do the exact same thing. Yep. And that's the saddest part, is that they just don't want to take on the mantle of manhood. They don't want to do what men have traditionally done in any situation. So
yeah.
A lot of those women believe that they fall for the hype of Black men. They fall for a lot of the things Black men say online. They fall for it, and then they end up being single mothers. then they end up with a lot of the same problems that Black women have had dealing with Black men. And a lot of them have kind of been, crashed back down to reality, have gotten a rude awakening. And I've seen a lot of like preferences come out and say, yeah, that was me. I thought that I was going to get something different. And it turns out Black men treat all women like crap.
Oh, did Brent go away?
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
It looks like he stepped away for a minute. So
yeah, he stepped away.
So yeah. That's the scary part though. The scary part of it. So it's obviously not Black women who are the problem.
Yeah, not if I had just did a community tab post of a bunch of these white women holding up their mixed babies, clearly by a Black man, clearly by a Black man. And they're trying to shame the men, into being fathers, into coming back into their lives and all that. And I'm just like, yo, y'all can try and shame them publicly all you want. A Black man's been a Black man. You got stuck having a kid with that loser. Yeah. You're gonna have to deal with the consequences. All the shaming on TikTok is not gonna make him be the husband and father you thought you were gonna get.
Facts.
Yeah.
Oh, Brent's back.
Exactly.
Hey,
yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry, I had to step out. You noticed I was gone. I'm sorry. I need to move on and stuff. Sorry, ladies.
That's okay.
Speaking about biracial kids, and here's the thing. When the Black mother's involved, biracial kids are more successful. They've done data on this.
Yep.
And I've seen it in real life. And, because, and I'll be honest, and not to throw my brother-in-law under the bus, because I love the guy. He's awesome. But my kids do a little bit better. Well, quite a bit better. And something's going on there. But, he got with the wrong Beckys, I would call them Karens because they're lunatics and crazy. He didn't, he could have maybe got a Becky and been more successful, but he got the Karen. The Karen that loves the Black man. Because there's a Karen, people associate Karens with hating Black people and being crazy. But there is the other Karen I call the reverse Karen, where she hates white men and, and is all out for Black men.
Why does she hate white men?
Huh?
Why does she hate white men?
I don't know. Some insecurities. Maybe she gets more attention from Black men. There's a lady I work with at work that tells her disdain against white men. And this woman's in her mid-30s, never been married. And the man she's with that she ain't married to. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Live your best life. But anyway, but yeah, they're out there. And but it seems that our children are better off. I don't know. I know the reason, but it blew me away how much this was a truth. And but yeah, that just shows how much Black women have character, how valuable Black women are. And look, when we're seeing stuff like that take place, why wouldn't we compete for Black women? And I would say to white men, open up your freaking eyes and don't be stupid, because the best option's out there. I'm serious. But, more and more white men are seeing that. Other races of men are seeing that. There's a shift going on. Mm-hmm. And guys like Umar are going to be left in the dust. Mm-hmm. And he's going to be, as an old man, what happened? I was pro-Black. Black women worship me. Now they laugh at me. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, it is what it is.
In a hover round, doing the same thing, bumping into chairs and walls and knocking people over, blind as a bat. I mean, you could just see the road that's coming for him, because at some point, he's 48. I give him a good another 5 to 10 years. If you don't take care of his health, he's going to be eviscerated. His health is going to take him out of here. He's an overweight man. He is always, as far as I'm concerned, he lives a very unhealthy lifestyle.
Well,
And
yeah, he's the overweight. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's an overweight snow bunny lover.
yeah,
Umar.
and obviously he's not doing anything. His physical health is not something that he thinks about. So he's overindulging in things that he probably shouldn't be, which is probably food and spirits. And like I said, he is literally like a time bomb, sad to say. And I'm not trying to put anybody into a coffin, but he's approaching a very dangerous age to be,
Yeah.
and it's not just about what he's talking about, it's the energy that he may very well come with. And we know what happens to people who speak like this and come down on Black women, where they end up. I'm telling you, their spiritual debt is so high, they don't need to be saying anything to us. They need to keep our names out of their mouths.
Yeah, and that's straight up. Here's the thing, talking about spirituality, Black women, and I made a video about this, how we need to protect Black women, respect Black women, love Black women. Because here's the thing, God has seen what Black women have been through. And it's not just white supremacy. No, it's within their community also. And guess what? God loves Black women. And the thing of it is there's going to be a debt to pay. And if you are on that side that, puts harm or, anything towards Black women, you're going to help be held accountable. And I say that with all due love and respect because it's true. There's something happened. Black women are the most loyal, most spiritual. The Black women will do anything for you if you show her love. And these Black men do not know the blessing they have. They do not know what God has given them. And when they throw it to the side and they blame them for the failures, there's going to be repercussions. And it's not just Black women dating out. You're going to be held accountable. And any nation, any group of men that don't protect their women will be destroyed. Just saying. And I don't wish no destruction on nobody, but what I'm saying is protect the women in your community.
Yep.
And you know what? I got respect for women. I will protect the white women at all costs because they're women. I've been programmed. I've been taught that way, that us as men, we protect women. Even though I don't have a desire to be with Becky, I will protect her because she's a woman, even if she hates me, because that's what men do. And these pro-Black guys that say, well, if she dates out, she's not getting my protection. First of all, she never had it. Second of all, you are wrong for saying that because she's a woman, you're a man. Your job is to protect women. Anyway, sorry. I got on another rant.
Brand, that was beautiful though. Like that, it's really crazy to me that you understand that spiritual debt. Yeah. Because that is God's command to men. That's their God-given obligation.
Yes.
That's their God-given obligation, and they haven't done it. And what Black men are doing, especially online with this, I don't know where Black men thought this was going to lead. Nowhere good. I have no idea how they thought this was going to turn out or end up. What they do online, I just don't, and what they do in real life, I do not understand how they thought they were going to get anything good out of something like this.
I don't know. And the thing of it is the thing Black men should have done, in my humble opinion, is when they came out of segregation and all that stuff, is they should have clinged to the women in their community. They should have loved the Black women and say, you know what? You and me, we're going to make it. I love you. You love me. We're going to have a family. We're going to make it work. And though the odds are against us, We can do this.
That's right.
And God would have blessed it. God is blessing that with interracial couples. The most hated black women and white men, but they're the most successful. Black men had that. They, in many cases, they still have it. They just need to turn it around. Here's the thing, and I've said this: if black men would compete and embrace black women, they would be the most powerful group in America. But they're not doing it. And why? Why? Seriously, why? You got the most beautiful women, you got the most successful women. What are you doing? You want to be the victim that bad? You want to be the prize that bad? Because let me tell you, when you let the woman be the prize and you tell her she's beautiful and you provide and protect, she will make you 5 times better than what you could ever be. And they don't get it. But anyway. Okay, just a little thought I had. But truthfully, seriously. But let's go ahead. You guys want to go forward, or do you have anything you want to say?
Let's move forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Umar, what have black men done?
Well, number one, again, I think that it is such a shame coming from a psychological perspective that we seek to heal our wounds as a people by relying on unprofessional testimony by individuals who have a vendetta against the opposite gender in their community. When you hear Sister Cynthia speak, you can hear a hurt and a pain and a hatred towards black men. We cannot find an effective solution to black male-female relationship issues or the oppression of black men or black women when the people at the table having the conversation have negative emotional and pathological interests in the conversation that are not.
Umar, the question wasn't about my emotional state. The question was, what did black men do in response to their disenfranchisement? Yeah, because you're trying to pathologize my emotional state, not knowing that I'm a psychologist too. But what you're not doing is telling us what black men did.
I believe he'll get there, Dr. Umar.
May I finish?
Dr. Umar?
And I'll end it quickly, Sister Tammy. According to Mrs. Cynthia G., Dr. King was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Malcolm X was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Medgar Evers was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Fred Hampton was assassinated because he was doing nothing. That narrative that black men have done nothing to fight back against systemic oppression, not only against ourselves, but against our women, our children, our elders, and our community is absolutely ridiculous. The cemetery is filled with black men, names we know and names we don't know, who gave their life for the freedom, liberation, and emancipation of African people. How can you disrespect the history of so many black men, past and present, who continue to fight? I'm sitting in a school right now that we built with all black money.
That isn't open, by the way.
4 buildings that we're going to educate black men in. It's not easy to solve our problems because there's always black people in your very same community who's fighting against what you're trying to do to help.
Yeah, but come over to the White Zaddy Academy and we'll love you whether you're black or white or whatever. You're welcome.
It's going to be right next door.
The white power structure is always waving its wand of oppression to try to sabotage anything we do. I think that the analysis of our women is too overly simplistic, and in being such, it is dishonest.
No, it's truly honest. You're not doing what you're supposed to.
Right.
But
you see how he's quoting all these leaders from the 60s?
Yeah. All those men.
He wasn't even born in the 60s.
Yeah.
Umar Johnson was probably born in maybe 74. Okay.
Exactly.
But here's the thing. He talks about these leaders, and I know one thing about one of the leaders. He said Malcolm X. Malcolm X lost his life protecting black women.
Yes, he did.
Because Elijah Muhammad had relations with young black girls that got pregnant, and Malcolm X stood up to it, and he was taken out. Yep. He had to lay down his life for sticking up for black women, being a real man. And I have the utmost respect for Malcolm X because he took that stand. And I'm not a Muslim by no means. I'm a Christian, but I respect that. He fought the good fight for black women. And Umar would never do that. He would never go there. In fact, he blames white supremacy for Malcolm X being, you know, sent to meet his maker. No, I'm serious. Now the other guys, Medgar Evans, I know he was assassinated. Martin Luther King, but I know about Malcolm X, and I don't know why. I think because my wedding anniversary is Malcolm X's birthday, and somebody told me that, so I just started looking at Malcolm X, and I've learned a lot. And that guy, towards the end, he had a vision, and he started seeing people for people, and I respect that.
Well, they don't want to talk about that because he started speaking up for Black women. What they want to focus on is his militant. When he made that pilgrimage to Mecca, he changed everything because he had been programmed to think that Muslims were Black. When he got over there, he got a chance to see. And see, this is the thing that I don't understand. He was an intelligent man. Did he really believe in his reading? He was a very learned man. Because let's remember now, before he joined the Nation of Islam, he read a lot of books when he was in prison. How did he think? How was he led to believe that Muslims were only Black? But when he woke up, that's when they wanted to silence him.
Yeah, and when he made his pilgrimage to Mecca, he's like, wait a minute, a lot of these people are white people.
White with blue eyes.
Yeah, and he's like, wait a minute, if I believe in my faith, these are my brothers, right?
That's right.
So he had a change, and towards the end, he was reaching out to Martin Luther King and trying to go at a different style of a less militant, but a more love approach. Like, hey, yeah, you did us wrong and this happened, but let's come together with love. More of that type of thing. And I mean, and he talks about these guys, and he talks about Frederick Douglass. And a lot of Black men will say, well, Frederick Douglass was great until he married the white woman. And that's what, he don't get the credit he deserves. No, BS. The white woman, he was married to a Black woman first. And the Black woman he's married to wanted that white woman to take care of Frederick Douglass if something happened to her. And that's what she did. And this woman was a segregationist. Okay, she was fighting the good fight for Black people. Is that evil? Is that wrong? I'm just saying. I don't know. But I hear this stuff. I mean, and I think she had a character. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, I don't want to go all into that. I mean, that's kind of going to a sidebar, but I don't know. But anyway, ladies, you got anything before I go on? Okay, let's go ahead.
They've done so much. You've only listed names and not accomplishments, though.
Oh wow, she called them out. You listed names, but not accomplishments. And all due respect, these men did have accomplishments. But why didn't Umar list their accomplishments, right? Instead of names. He named off names.
You know why? Because he doesn't really care much probably for Martin Luther King. So
no, he don't.
Start talking about the accomplishments of some, he would have to also include Martin Luther King in that. And so he's just trying to window wash, just kind of smooth it over, throw it, defend his point and move on.
Yeah.
Cynthia's also saying this names not accomplishment thing because Black men always want to do this. They always want, every time we say, but what have Black men done to make this state of deep oppression that you're in better? Tell me what you've done. Well, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and they start listing off names from men in the 60s and men that are old.
That's what we led with. Yep. That's right. What they do. So, they go there. They're not talking about anybody in the last 40 years. No, not even in the last 10 years, in the last 5 years. Like, please, Trayvon Martin happened 10 years ago. What happened for Black men to be so complaining about that and so, complaining about all these wrong things that you feel that that's wrong, but what have you done about it? So we're tired of them listing names of men from the 60s. That is an old card, and that trick don't work anymore.
Yeah. All right, ladies, you ready to move on?
Yep.
Yep.
I can
The
list some
point-
accomplishments. Okay, when it comes down to it, what have black men done since the 60s? We've turned around and we've gotten, we're still inventing things. We still open up businesses. Here in LA, you got black businesses all around town. It just that
In LA, all around town. I've been to LA quite a bit. I got family in LA. But anyway, go ahead. And not to discredit him, he's probably right. But go ahead.
when we open these businesses up, you have a city that these black businesses suddenly catch on fire. You have issues when it comes down to what's going on right now with one of my cousins and these abatement laws, who's built plenty of properties here in LA, managing it, but because there was some gang activity down the street, a nuisance abatement is about to get all of his properties taken. So when black men do build things, and we build things on individual basis, you're not going to see an NBC special about what the great black man built. When
Well, maybe we should. Okay. Call NBC.
Irv Gotti, Suge Knight, and J. Prince tried to put together a distribution, they all got charges the next week. So it's not like.
Well, Suge Knight's a criminal. Good night. You know what that guy's
Irv
done?
Gotti is a misogynist.
Yeah, I mean, these aren't your everyday go lucky good men. I'm just saying.
Yeah, why is it only those three? How many black men are there in this country? Like hundreds? And
Well, let's not
only
forget
those three can do anything?
Gang activity. Yep, caused by, that's right, dear Brave. She nailed it. I was just about to say it. The gang activity is, what's the skin on that gang activity? See, this is what it comes back to. They are trying to skirt all around what Sinji is saying, but what they're really, before it's all over, as they are beginning to do it, they are putting it right back in the black community with the black men. They don't realize that that's what they're doing, but that's what they're doing, because when you have no foundation to stand on, you end up eating yourself, because you really don't have no place to scapegoat. They've talked themselves out. Really, sure, at this point, this panel is over, because they have literally fed her point. They have literally fed her point. She said it comes from the black community, and there it is. Gang activity burns the stores out of their friends. There it is.
Yeah, and those are the guys that he said are the great black men doing things. Okay, yeah, Suge Knight. I'm going to do business with that guy. Oh yeah. If I want to be held by my ankles over a balcony, I guess I might entertain that. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
We don't build things. When we do build things, something always ends up seeming to happening. And in spite of
the white supremacists are burning your businesses because they don't like you. Yeah. Okay.
In spite of that, you've seen the most black business male ownership that's gone up in the last 60 years since the coronavirus. We still doing it.
60 years since the coronavirus?
Yeah.
Help me understand that. What was he saying?
That was 2 years ago, and that is not true. I don't know what stats he's talking about. I don't know what stats he's on. I don't know all these black-owned male black businesses.
I guess he says they're most successful 60 years prior to the coronavirus. I think that's what he said. I misunderstood that. I thought he was saying 60 years during the coronavirus.
No. Yeah, I think he meant like before the coronavirus, and then after the coronavirus, all these black men have businesses now. I know they all have value. There's all, and white supremacy is a problem. It oppresses them, but they're all okay. They all have businesses now. They all have value,
and they're the breadwinners of society. We cannot make it without black men and their money. Okay, I mean, even though they're 17%, 13%. But even if they were millionaires, they still wouldn't have the majority of the income. Right. So that makes no sense. Okay, let's continue.
I personally got 3 businesses, so I don't know what.
Good job, guys. 3
talking about. I employ young black men.
He employs young black men. Okay.
I've helped thousands of black children here in South Central LA. So all this black men ain't doing.
I want to see these South Central LA kids that have benefited from this guy.
Me too.
Where are you kicking it at?
So how are you? So how are black women creating all these businesses and still costing the government $50 billion a year?
Hold that
Here's
thought.
the
I want
one
to get,
thing that is
I want to
being
get Hope in
ignored.
here real quick, Dr. Umar. I want to get Hope in here because Dr. Umar listed a plethora of black men that we know, and I'm assuming he listed the ones that we know so that we can identify and all agree that these black men have done something in terms of the fight for equality in America. How do you feel about those men that he listed, Hope? Have they done anything for the black community or no?
Most definitely, I would be ignorant to say that they haven't, right? But I think that what we're failing to realize is that when we have this conversation about what black men have done, the consequences are usually because of white supremacy and the gaze of white folks on us are that the black men are then taken away and the black women have to then sustain those things. To say that black women are unappreciative of that, it would be, I think that is the dishonesty, right? The way that black women show up for the black community and the black families, regardless of how we feel about the black men that we might be interacting with or the black men that are doing bad things, while still staying here to cultivate the black men who are, is, I mean, to overlook that to me is just dishonest. The idea that y'all, a lot of you all were raised by grandma and them and auntie them and all of these amazing black women that are in community and share space with you and share space with your children, that's being looked over. But also this isn't, Dr. Umar, you're right. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that you said, but you're absolutely right. It's not about the idea of who's doing it better or trying to, the pissing match of the oppression Olympus amongst black people, but it's really about working together. The problem is what I find in working together is that the black man wants to lead, whether he's acquired the gumption and the knowledge to be able to do so appropriately and effectively or not. The thing about it is when you're working together, we are a team. You get to lead this portion because you're better at it. I get to lead that portion because I'm better at it. And then we come to a common ground for both of us to succeed. But a lot of the times when we're talking about these succession plans and we're making all of these advocacy movements in order to progress the black family, the black man says, listen to me or fail. Right? As if black women have nothing to contribute to that. And I think that that's where the problem is. That's where the discourse needs to happen is how do we work together so that black men understand that we are meant to work side by side and not with me following you with my head down and saying, yes, that's our master. Because that is me being subservient to you in a way that I might not want to do, especially considering if you do not have the credentials, the know-how, the wherewithal, or the lived experiences to lead me in a way that I might be better suited to do in this point of our journey. And
Dr. Umar.
Okay, what do you ladies think?
I disagree. Black men do not want to lead.
No.
Right. That's the problem, point blank. They're not standing up. They're not, they're like, oh, there's no money. No one's giving us money. No one's doing this. Get on the internet and Google what money is out there. Get on the internet. We all have access to that. That's a free thing. No one's being banned from it. There are 101,000 things you can do on the internet. This guy here says, I have 3 businesses myself. Well, great. How many black men are you helping across the country do at least one business?
There you go.
And bring that back to black women and children. So that we build, so that you guys build something, a solid structure for us to benefit from, not for Becky and Karen and Mei-Ling and all those others, but for us to benefit
and Maria,
from, so we can grow. Exactly.
Don't forget her and Karen.
And,
Don't forget Karen.
And they're not even providing for them. So it's just insane. It's not going to work if they're not going to take up that. They're not going to protect. They're not going to build. Or they're not going to lead.
It all comes down to this. How black men sit around and complain about how they're not getting submission. Mm-hmm. Like women don't want to submit to us, and they in their heads, feminism is the cause of that. Not their failure to lead, not their failure to provide, not their failure to perform, not their failure and their lack of standing up and doing what they're supposed to do. That's not why women don't trust them to lead. It's because of feminism. That's really the culprit here. We just don't want black male leadership. And I heard so many black men say this. We just don't want black male leadership. Well, tell me what y'all have led that has worked out well for everybody, that we can trust you and just submit to you with no problem.
Yeah.
Because y'all still complaining about slavery. Y'all still claiming to be oppressed. Y'all still complaining about systems that are holding you down and won't let you do this and won't let you do that. But now you're telling me that you have all these businesses and you're doing just fine. which I don't understand. You just said that slavery was oppressing you and racism was oppressing you, and you know the businesses got burned down. But you still have businesses, so I don't know what's to believe anymore. You know.
Yeah. Hey, pro-white leadership, young lady, what do you think about this?
Sorry, guys.
Oh. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just been talking and going back and forth and but yeah, he's talking about all the businesses he's had and then something happens, they get burned down and
Yeah.
you know the great black men and one was Suge Knight. I don't know who the others were, but Suge Knight is not someone I would do business with. I don't know who would.
Well, that's what happens when you do business with when black men do business with black men. Their businesses get burned down.
Yeah, maybe it was a competitor that didn't want his business to flourish. But it's easier to, it's probably white supremacy.
Owners end up dead.
Yeah.
Well, kidnapped.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go ahead and you guys want to continue on here? We're getting towards the end. We're slowly, but you guys have so many good points. It's going slow, but I mean we're picking apart these clowns and Cynthia G and the trans lady is taking them to the woodshed. They are, and Tammy Mack can't really save them. She's trying.
Yeah, she's trying.
Yeah, but anyway, let's continue.
Well, first of all, I do not endorse any kind of a second-class citizenship role for black women. I believe black women have as much to offer as do black men, so I'm not sure who the queen is referring to because I am not a misogynist and I do not support that.
Yeah, she's a queen. Go ahead.
Type of narrative that said the black woman's position is only to have children and to prepare food. But at the same time, I think black women have to look at themselves because although white supremacy has been the greatest enemy of the progress of black men, you would also have to argue that black women have.
Do you believe that white supremacy is the greatest thing holding back black men?
Nope, they are.
In today's world? I mean,
they are.
I've never seen it in my lifetime.
It's only holding back black men, right? Not black women. Not it's only holding back. It's only holding them back
because they're losers. They're slow.
Probably been the greatest accomplishment.
To mindset, and they can't shape.
Hey, J10, I'll send you the link. Hey, J10, I'll send you the link later if you want to watch the whole video segment. Yeah, it's on Video Soul or Video Soul. I'm going back in the day. You remember Video Soul?
Yes, I remember Video Soul.
Who was it? Donnie Simpson.
Simpson. Detroit Stone, Donnie Simpson.
Yeah, and Sherry Carter. Yeah, I remember those days. Yeah. What did I say? Video Soul? I meant Fox Soul. Okay, I'm flashing back. But anyway. Yeah, I'll send you the link, J10. Okay, let's continue.
Supporting the white power structure in their destruction of black males, i.e. the conversation we're having right now, where two intelligent black women have yet to indict white supremacy for the role that they play in the destabilization of the lives of black men.
Okay, so he needs the women to fight white supremacy because that's the problem.
No, black men need to stabilize their own lives. We've been fighting for them since we landed in this country, day one. It hasn't gotten us anywhere. If at this point all this fighting hasn't helped, they need to do something different.
Yeah, clearly all the fighting has not helped. And a lot of this, because Umar is very angry. Both the men are very angry. But a lot of this is actually black men not even recognizing black women that aren't willing to fight to the death for them. Black men do not recognize that black woman who's not singing his praises, calling him a king, willing to fight and die and rescue him at any cost, like we're the Avengers, like we're the Justice League ready to come to the rescue and defend them from white supremacy and fight the police and all of that. marching and protesting, they don't recognize a Black woman that's telling them, when are you going to defend yourself? When are you going to stabilize yourself? When are you going to stop with the excuses? They just, to them, this is like a slap in the face. It's unrealistic. It's like, but how can you not support me? I'm a Black man. Or, how can you not? But slavery, but Black Wall Street, like they just don't recognize, and they don't like this new Black woman. That's over their excuses.
Yeah, and the new Black woman ain't listening to it. She wants the best option, and Newmar is not the best option. Think about it. That dude, I looked him up, and it says he's worth like 600,000. And me being an everyday blue collar guy, I got almost a fifth of what he's got, and that's just being the average guy. So this guy is really, he's really not doing it, and he's got following across the world, and he's only got 119,000 followers on YouTube. He should be in the millions.
Yes.
KS was kicking his butt from the get-go. Seriously, think about it. And this is supposed to be, is this the modern day civil rights guy? If it is, God help us, because I mean, even white people, it's like we're doomed, because he makes no sense. It's like whatever. But anyway, let's continue.
So when we come back, we'll find out if the two beautiful sisters who are on the panel will indict white supremacy when we return on The Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul.
Okay, will they indict white supremacy? Your guess is good as mine. Let's see.
Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being Black today is Black men. Has there been a war waged against our brothers? Well, please welcome author and activist Hope Chisel, Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Dr. Umar Johnson.
There he is. Hey, chubby buddy.
Hashtag angry Black man.
He's so mad.
He is. He's pissed.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. You know what? Umar, don't worry, she'll be gentle next time, I promise. Well, no, I can't promise that. But okay, you had your ass handed to you so far, but I don't know, maybe things will change. Let's go.
Radio personality and family advocate Dewan Brown, influencer and YouTuber Cynthia G. Well, thank you.
Look at her. Oh my God! Look at her smile.
Cynthia is smiling.
Look at her. She's enjoying this. Oh my God. Oh man! Look at that look.
It's been a slaughter. This has not been good for Black men at all. This has been a slaughter.
She's loving it. Okay, young lady, go ahead. Oh God. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just looking at the look on people's faces.
I'm just look at the juxtaposition in their facial features right now.
He's mad. He's like spacing out, daydreaming.
And she's not. Only thing red on her face is those lips, and that's like a dark red. He's sitting there looking like he needs a nap.
And she's saying, "Oh yeah, I got you, you bitch."
She is not bothered because she knows. That's the problem. She knows exactly from when she speaks.
Yeah.
And they tried to attack her character twice. They tried to get personal, but
they tried to get personal. She's used to it. She is used to it.
Yeah, I see that look and I start laughing.
Yeah.
Just reading the looks on people's faces. All right, let's continue.
For this conversation, do Black men in America face more obstacles than Black men in other countries? We're going to talk about that, but first I want to know, is white supremacy responsible for any of the Black man's plight at all? Hope?
Most definitely. Like, let's not play coy here. We understand the role that white supremacy has played. But I think that over time, as we learn the tricks of white supremacy, right, we learn to do better to defeat it. And I find that, especially as Black men, a lot of the time when we're talking about this war on Black men, we fail to realize that Black women are underneath the same scrutinies. Maybe not in the same way and maybe not for the same reasons, but y'all are not going through this alone. And so when you talk about the ways in which Black women have learned to take, you know, what we're given and turn it into glitter and throw it up and make Black girl magic, we wonder why those things are not happening for Black men in the same way. And it's largely because I think that complacency happens. A lot of Black men, not all, are complacent with the idea of being saved by everyone other than themselves. They're okay with the idea of being saved by Black women, white women, women of all other races. They're okay with the idea of being saved by white men who give them the opportunity to come and be a part of this thing that's better than what they are. But what they're not doing is being complacent in the idea of finding their own solutions to digging their way out of the hole. And having one or two people that are speaking on it with the idea of inclusion or exclusion of certain people within the Black community is also a problem. We cannot build as a Black community if we want to throw out this group of people or throw out that group of people or tell these people that their opinions are invalid, even though they're Black, because they're mixed race or because they're queer or because of all these other, you know, incidences. And I think that those are the things that we have to focus on. The goalposts can't constantly be moved in this conversation whenever Black women start to make a point for the sake of Black men feeling like they need to be able to dismantle that in order to talk about how they've been hurt. We get that. We have to.
G.
Okay, she said a mouthful, didn't she, ladies?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this comes from a transgender woman. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
She did and like to be completely honest, I think that the fact that she's trans adds a whole other layer of complexity to this.
Yeah, it does.
One that I don't even want to get into right now because there's just, for me, that's something that's fairly recent, this whole trans thing and all that. But I just don't want to get into any of that right now. This for me, to me, was a conversation for women. Like for women that deal with men. For Black women that deal with men. I don't want to start adding the LGBTQ like, you know, not that they can't be part of the conversation, but we're talking about like history here. Y'all always want to talk about history and the things that Black women have had to overcome. And for somebody that has had both the male and female experience, that just adds another layer of complexity that I'm not trying to. Yeah, it's a little bit much, you know, for this conversation that is so important for Black women. And so what she was saying as far as how, you know, white supremacy, here we go again. White supremacy is holding Black men down. Hasn't white supremacy, okay, again, are Black women not being underneath of these same oppressive systems? If it's so bad for you, what makes, I don't know, why do they think we're exempt from all this perceived oppression?
Yeah. That's because a few of you are dating out, so that means you're white supremacists now. That's what it is.
Oh goodness, the
yeah. God. But yeah, she does add another layer. I get it, because she's a man and a woman, and that's kind of weird. And no disrespect, I mean, but yeah, I get that. And you know, but looking at what she said, she got some good points. Yeah. I mean, if you didn't know she was transgender, you'd say, okay.
I found out today.
You found out today, yeah. Mm-hmm. I found out afterwards, and you know, after I watched it the first time. But if you look at her features, I mean, the Adam's apple, I don't really see that, but like the facial features are kind of manly in a way. Yeah, I mean, if you're really looking, but see, when I first watched this video, I wasn't looking how she looked or whatever. I was just seeing, okay, there's 2 women, 2 men, and Tammy Mack. Let's see what they say. You know, but anyway.
You know what? I will acknowledge really quickly though, before you move on, Grant, that I was kind of looking at her a little bit hard for some reason, and I wasn't sure why. Yeah. And I was like, I don't want to say that. I mean, I'm just going to listen to the conversation. I didn't know she was trans, but I was noticing that her features was a little bit kind of exaggerated, and I didn't want to say.
They were.
I did notice
contouring.
Yeah,
it's a lot of contouring going on.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's try.
Okay, let's continue on. Okay, here we go.
White supremacy, does it exist in your world?
Absolutely.
And has it affected Black men?
Absolutely, it exists. And Black men have worked in tandem with white supremacy since they've become in contact with it. And this is why I say in the Black community, we have very disingenuous, very dishonest discussions, especially when it's regarding Black men, because we do have a Black male worshiping culture. So what we do within that culture, and Umar Johnson is showing it today, is absolve Black men from any accountability for what they've done. Number one, we wouldn't be in a system of white supremacy had it not been for Black men. So if you want to go all the way back to history, then let's go back to history when Black men were selling their own people into white supremacy. Let's go back into history when 16 years off the plantation, Black men were worried about a war being waged on them. They were worried about getting access to white women. That's what you were worried about. And it's interesting. There's a reason why I feel like Umar focused mostly on me and Hope's attitudes, and it's because he can't accurately answer the question. He mentioned names, not accomplishments. And the reason being is because
I think he mentioned those names specifically because the accomplishments of those people don't have to be explained.
Right, but those accomplishments are also accomplishments that I've heard Umar Johnson speak negatively about, specifically the civil rights movement and how damaging it was to Black people. But now he wants to sit here and say the very people who accomplished that were accomplishing something beneficial when, in his own opinion, that wasn't beneficial and did more harm to the community than good. So I think that because we're having such a dishonest discussion where Black men don't want to take accountability for what they've done, they want to be the victims of society, but then they want submission from the women. The bottom line is I'm not willing to deflect from the fact that, number one, Black men are the greatest non-white contributors to white supremacy. Let's just be real. White supremacy couldn't even exist without Black men's compliance. They're always uplifting whiteness, biracial children, and trying to assimilate. And that's why I went back to the notion of the only time Black men truly feel like there's a war against them is when they feel like they're being punished for something white men do. At the end of the day, y'all dropped the ball. You're blaming white supremacy on your failures. We already know there's oppression, but Black women are double oppressed. We have more barriers to face. You have male privilege in a patriarchal system and you can't even get it right.
Well,
He is awesome.
He's a sword.
Oh my God.
He's a sword.
You know what? I'm scared right now.
Ginsu knife.
You know what? Oh my God. I would be, if I was Umar, I would be hiring coaches to help me debate. I would be getting with these people that help people running for president with their debates and to help me out, because she just honestly she destroyed him like no other. And look, and both of these ladies and new lady, well, not Tammy Mack, she's the host, but Cynthia G and the trans woman, they took these two dudes to school.
Yeah.
If there was a debate, they won it.
Yeah.
And you know what they did? Is they went to logic. They went to talking facts. These people were victims and emotional.
Yep.
And that's what lost. You can say, and I know everybody's got their opinion. There are people in there that say Umar handled it well, and you know, I guess, you know, did something to Cynthia G, but what? Made her look good, I guess. I mean, that's all I see.
You know, just to giggle about, because I'm telling you, she's thoroughly entertained, and she's not losing traction either while she's entertained.
No, and they both got personal with her. With their personal life, trying to.
But that's what they do. See, this is the strategy, and you saw this happen on your panel one time, where a man from Canada was invited in, and he tried to gaslight the women, and then when the women were allowed to be quiet and mute their position, then he wanted them to come and rescue them. See, if they had, I wish they had a white guy on that panel.
Yeah.
That
Well,
would really shake things
hey.
up. You would have probably saw Dr. Umar Johnson literally, just go up in smoke because
You know what?
Mhm.
God help me, but I would have loved to be on that panel. I
Yeah.
think I wouldn't. You know what? I might not have been that productive because I would have been going in on Umar like no tomorrow. Because I
Yeah.
know he's full of crap, and I just. But
And he's you know what? It's just like when someone said he's a David Duke black impersonator,
yeah,
because what he's doing is he's playing to his base. His base is gonna clap hard for him, but his base still won't change anything tomorrow. They're gonna still be in the same position that they were at the
Mhm.
point in which he was puffing them up and making them feel like they're champions in their victimhood. And Cynthia G will continue to do her thing, and black women will continue to lift themselves up out of this cesspool. And nothing,
yeah,
because all he did, I wish many of them would wake up and realize what he's doing to them. But they can't because they're too busy, like she said, resting in their femininity and resting in their victimhood. That's a perfect storm for them. And then you throw Becky in there. Oh my goodness, it's just
oh
a
yeah,
party.
I
it's a
want
wrap.
to. I wanted to talk real quickly because when she said that they have the male advantage. Black men often say, like, I was talking to a black man online one time, and black men say this all the time, that we earn more money than you. Black men earn more higher than black women. And I'm like, all that proves is that when black men actually apply themselves and apply for a job and go for employment, you don't do half bad.
That's
You
right.
still have that male advantage. You
Yes.
still earn more than a woman. Congratulations. That doesn't mean anything. So you've already proven that you have the male advantage and you can earn more, but you're still complaining that the white man won't let you and white supremacy won't let you. If black men apply themselves, they would be just fine. This is a matter of them just wanting to be victims and not wanting to do the work and not wanting to just like the other girl said, is being complacent. They just want to be complacent. They want to do the bare possible minimum. They want to do absolutely nothing, and then they want submission. Then they want black women to submit to them.
Yep, that's what she said.
Ooh.
And here's the thing with submission, ladies, submit to your husbands, not your
That's right.
boyfriends.
Amen.
Don't submit to men. Submit to your husbands. Can I say that again? Maybe I need to do like Omar. Let me do it 3 times. Ladies, submit to your husbands, not your boyfriends. Is that how you do it, Omar? Ladies, submit to your husbands, not your boyfriends. Ladies, submit to your husbands, not your boyfriends. Did I do it right? 3 times, right, Omar? Hey, are you? Hey, how many times you going to say you're going to open your school and do it?
It's so funny how Umar gets under your skin, Brent. Like I just,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I did not know that he got bothered you like that.
Oh gosh, you know what? Because here's the
Into the
thing. Because
woodshed, man.
he's so full of crap.
Yeah.
You know, he talks about here's the thing. What makes me mad is he's hurting black women because a lot of black women follow Umar. A lot of black women have given him a lot of money.
Yes, they
A
have.
lot of black women are hoping on this pipe dream,
Yeah.
and he caters to that. The thing with Loving versus Virginia that he said he wanted to overturn, because he's telling black women, if we could be segregated, black men will come to you and love you now. And no, I'm serious. I think that's what it is, because he knows he can't overturn it unless he's
No.
really stupid. Well, that okay, but
He's like he reminds me. You don't even hear Al Sharpton talking this loud anymore. He's like the big. It's like this dude is so far off. It's like my greatest expectation is that he will fade, but I think
yeah,
we're gonna witness him discombobulate. I mean, just literally have a meltdown, and then you're gonna hear someone say that he's tucked away in some home somewhere, and he's playing checkers with the mice. No, I'm serious, because this dude is gonna lose his mind. At some point, he's not gonna. He's sitting there right now, and he went personal with Cynthia G.
Yeah.
And look at his demeanor, and look at hers.
Yeah, she's having fun with it. He's mad.
He went for his biggest joker, and he still didn't cut a book that she laid out. Not a single one, because she kept her composure. She knows exactly from which she speaks. He's recycling talking points. This is the thing that we all need to pay attention in every forum. Watch how people read the room. Look at his demeanor, because he knows he's lost this fight. He knows that his talking points have no traction. He thought he was upsetting her and pissing her off, but what is she doing? She's just coming with what she knows, because she, doctor or not, she's also a psychologist. Okay, she might not have her doctorate, but she knows from which she speaks. This is the reason why he's struggling to maintain his composure, because the card that they like to play is they like to play on the emotion. Oh, you're emotional. You're all in your feelings. You have anger. She's not angry. She seems to be very content with what she's speaking on.
Yeah.
She lose her composure. She comes slicing like a Ginsu knife. I mean, chop, 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 chop. But she never loses her composure. She's always in the same. And then as soon as the question shifts, she's right there. She doesn't have to suffer and sit there and think how to gather herself. This is how she always is on panels. That's why it's such a joy to watch her. And he should have brought, like you said, some reinforcements. He wasn't ready for her.
No, he wasn't. He's not prepared. You can tell. I mean, the way she talks, I mean, you can like her or hate her, but I mean, she's got her stuff together. And when she makes her points, it's like, what are you going to say? It's like, and if he was smart, I would never debate this woman unless I prepared a long time and I had my facts, and I would have to study, because I can tell she's a psychologist. Really, she picks him apart. He I don't think he is. I would feel with Umar, I got a chance debating this clown, no doubt. Cynthia G, she would spin me around, and I wouldn't know what happened to me. Being honest,
right?
But
there's a distinct difference though between them, and it's not just their gender. The fact is that he's one of those, what we were talking about. He's a radical extremist who plays to his base. She's speaking based on fact, logic, okay? And it's undisputed. It's undisputed. He plays to an emotional base. That's why he's dangerous, and this is why people like him should not be allowed to get charters. You know, if people want to keep spending money and throwing money at him for a school, fine. You spend your money. Do whatever you wish. But he'll probably never get a charter unless he changes his whole program, because I don't see anybody, no university, no corporation is going to extend him a charter to build a black supremacist school. Absolutely.
Yeah, even the most pro-black people would be like, no. I mean, and you know what? His mindset is dangerous, because here's the thing. This guy would probably get so upset if he seen a white guy with a beautiful black woman. He'd probably lose his mind.
Yep.
And he would be so caught up in jealousy and caught up in so much crap. Would he snap? Would he lose his mind? We don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him now. I mean,
it's really interesting watching black men's reaction to black women leaving, because I thought that black women was, it's kind of like when you realize you threw out the winning lottery ticket. I see so much regret and remorse, and they're trying to flip this now and try and make it seem like they've always wanted to be with black women, and they've always valued black women, and we need the community, we need to stick together, and all this other nonsense garbage. But that's not been your attitude. Like, love is a verb. Love is an action word.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen anything in action for a long, long time. So I don't care what black man is mad about it. They're just gonna have to be mad. Black women need to go. It's time. It's been time.
Yeah. No doubt. Okay. Gosh, we've been on almost 4 hours. Let's finish this up. This has been good, though.
Dr. Umar, I think we all know your stance on interracial marriages.
Absolutely, but let me also
so please acknowledge.
Yeah, he hates interracial marriages. But Umar, guess what? It's happening more and more, Umar. and the White Zaddy Academy's coming through, brother. You know what? What you can't do for black women, White Zaddy can. I just say it.
Oh my God, Brent.
Hey, but serious, I got 28 years married to a black woman. Over 28 years. What has Umar got? A sideshow clown fashion show? Okay. All right. Yeah, compete with me, crazy. All right, let's continue.
What the rest of what Cynthia G has said.
Look at him. He's laughing. He thinks it's funny what I said. He agrees with me.
Absolutely. I'm not sure where Sister Cynthia took history class, but if you know anything about the transatlantic slave trade was a European enterprise. It was
I'm talking about the sub-Saharan. I'm talking about the sub-Saharan slave trade. You should go look into it.
Excuse me.
You address me.
May I finish?
Go look into the sub-Saharan slave trade where black men were trading their women and children for alcohol and tobacco.
I do not want a monologue. May I finish?
Go ahead, Dr. Umar.
The transatlantic slave trade was a European enterprise. It was not an African enterprise, although there were some chiefs who participated in it by no.
Okay, just a few, so that we're going to scratch that. It's white supremacy. Okay. The blood is only on white people. Okay. I say it goes around and around, but okay. But no excuse what our country did, but let's continue.
No means did they control the direction and extension of the transatlantic slave trade. So that's number one. Number two, black men resisted enslavement, not only on the shores of Africa, but right here in America. We celebrate Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Gabriel Prosser. There's literally hundreds.
Okay, let me point this out. Yeah, Nate Turner did have a resistance. He fought back. Yeah, he had a group. They did fight back, but that was a very small percentage. It was rare. There were plantations with hundreds of black people that could have taken over that plantation, and with a family of 14 to 12 white people, they could have easily overtook it. So, yeah, there were black people that fought back, but the majority did not. Be honest, because slavery, I mean, they had slaves roaming around doing whatever, and they still were compliant. It's kind of like the prison system, They got inmates that leave the prison and come back at night in some prisons. It was kind of like that in some instances. So, yeah, there were some that fought back, but it wasn't a big majority.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what's that got to do with today? I'm just going in the history. I don't know where he's going, but anyway.
Of documented attempts by African men to liberate not only themselves, but their women and their children. So to act like we just sat there and we're complicit in our own oppression is absolutely ridiculous. The other point I want to clarify for your information, Cynthia G, you've never, ever heard me condemn the civil rights movement. The good Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, you did condemn the civil rights movement. You condemned interracial marriages. That's part of the civil rights movement, Umar. If you didn't know this, the civil rights movement was a lot of black and white people coming together and being integrated. You're against integration, so you did attack the civil rights movement. Don't act like you didn't. You're not for integration. You're a segregationist. So the civil rights wasn't about segregation. It's about integration. Study your history, Umar. Serious. I mean, but anyway, let's continue.
Is a hero of mine. And despite me being a Pan-African nationalist, I take issue with other black.
Just like a white nationalist, he's a black nationalist.
Yeah.
They're both racist. They're both segregationist. Okay. All right, continue, Omar.
nationalists who do want to dismiss Dr. King's accomplishment. The civil rights movement was necessary because it removed.
Yeah, it was necessary because we had to be able to integrate with each other. And that means integrating, living together. That means integration when we marry each other. That means integration on procreating with each other, having families together, Umar. That's what the civil rights was about. That's integration. That's not segregation. So you're talking out the side of your neck and you got a big neck. I mean, go have a cheeseburger, Umar. Calm down.
Yeah, he's lying. He knows
Yeah,
he's talked
it's
against it, but he wants to walk it back because now he's trying to defend something that he knows he's been saying actually hurt the black community. But he's desperate to find something to say that black men did. Black men didn't just sit there. Black men didn't just take it. Black men didn't just do it. So he's trying to find something. So now he's using the civil rights movement, which
yeah,
he said that he already said it didn't do anything.
yeah. And here's the thing: Martin Luther King wouldn't have even listened to Umar. He would have kicked him to the curb in a heartbeat because you can tell what the guy's for. He's a segregationist. It makes no sense. You're a civil rights guy, really, Umar? But you want to overthrow Loving versus Virginia? You want to be segregated? Wasn't the civil rights against segregation? Weren't they for equality across the board? I don't know. But the segregationist said he's for the civil rights movement. Am I wrong? I mean, seriously, on this whole panel, this guy has lied so much. And that's why I got an issue with him. You know, because he's so full of crap. I mean, seriously.
Would you do a debate with Dr. Umar?
I would, but I don't think he would. I think I'm too little for him. He probably feels superior to me. I mean, I would. I would feel comfortable. Cynthia G, no, I got to get training for that. But this clown, sure. I mean, because what he says don't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no logic. It's all emotion. I'm the victim. It's white supremacy. It's the white power structure. Oh, I'm for segregation, but I was for the civil rights movement. That makes no sense.
Well,
Really?
Brent, for the longest time, Cynthia G was extremely pro-black, and she did
was, yes.
She did not endorse black women opening up their options, especially to white men.
Mm-hmm.
He was, and for black men to change her mind, somebody like her, it's just. And I have a lot of girlfriends that used to be extremely pro-black, and they've all been like, you know what? On second thought, I don't know about that anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to open up my options. So it's like there's nothing racist about what Cindy is saying. She ain't saying nothing but the truth.
Mm-hmm.
The truth that black men have not been able to hear or handle for a long time because they're used to being coddled and lied to and treated like victims. Mm-hmm. So the truth is really hard for them. But it's about time. I'm sorry, they need it.
Yeah, and he's playing the same role. Well, the thing of it is Umar's made some money. He's done some things. What are you doing to uplift the black community except spreading victimhood? A young black man watching him idolizing this clown will be a failure just like Umar. Serious. He's doing no good but spreading hate. And yeah, I'll say hate. Segregation is hate. Whether it comes from a white man or black man, it's wrong. Mm-hmm. And he is not a civil rights guy. He's full of crap. But anyway, let's continue.
A psychological scar that suggested of racial inferiority. So you've never heard me deride the civil rights movement. I support it, although I took certain issues with it. The bottom line is
So it's selective support, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what he's saying is he took some issues, interracial relationships, interracial marriage. He took issues. Being integrated, that's an issue he don't like. He wants segregation. So really, what were you for with the civil rights movement? I don't know. Can anybody explain what Umar Johnson agrees with the civil rights movement? Because I don't know. I don't think there's anything he agrees with that.
He doesn't agree with anything. And Hope is going to call him out on this in a second.
Yeah, let's see.
Black women, black girls, black boys listen to this conversation we're having today. They're going to be confused because they hear two brothers speaking of a greater context to the problems.
No, two brothers speaking of victimhood and excuses. Let's call it like it is. That's what's really happening. And the women are speaking with logic and reason. Let's just call it like it is, Umar.
That affect black men, and you hear two intelligent, beautiful black women who want
to. Beautiful black woman and trans woman. Get it right, Umar. He was embarrassed by that, by the way. Let's continue.
Keep scapegoating black men while ignoring the historical and contemporary systemic challenges that are constantly placed in our way. I'm going to say this and be quiet, Sister Tammy. I got to give you this. There was a recent piece of research, Tammy, that came out. And the research said a black man with a master's degree, they did a study. They had white males who had come out of prison apply for jobs. They had black men with master's degrees, Sister Tammy, apply for the jobs. And guess what? The white males with prison history and no education were called back more than 75% of the time than black men with no prison history and a master's degree.
I'm calling BS on this. This is garbage. You're telling me that white men with felonies were called back 75% of the time compared to black men with master's degrees?
How many black men are there with master's degrees in the first place for this to even be a concern?
I think he's making this up, because if that's the case, that corporation or company don't exist anymore, because you know how much money they would get out of a lawsuit of that. If you have a felony, there are jobs you cannot get. You cannot work for the government. You cannot work for state, federal level, county level. If you have a felony, you can't even compete. A lot of people with felonies, and this is what's going on in our society. People with felonies, the only jobs they can get is like fast food or lower income jobs, because nobody wants to hire them because they have a felony.
Right.
And you could be the most racist white guy, and you're not going to hire another white guy with a felony. You're just not, because you're going to try to protect what you have.
Right.
So I believe what he said is garbage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he needs to present this study.
Yeah.
And you know, the facts behind it, instead of running his mouth. I could say, you know what? There's no hate in this world, and I've done a study, and everybody loves each other. I could say that, but you would look at me and say, what? That makes no sense.
Yeah. It also again, with these stupid statistics, the CDC this and this study that, without any context, like, is there really a large number of black men with master's degrees that just can't find jobs? Is that the problem? Black men are just going to school at such a high rate. They're all getting master's degrees and no one will hire them. Is that the problem?
Well, yeah, because it's white racist men with felonies that are holding back the black men with master's degrees. I guess that's what's happening. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that seems so far-fetched. I can't believe that. Whatever, Umar. Let's continue.
I am aware of that survey. I am.
Oh, she's aware of that survey. All right, Tammy Mack, why don't you make a video on that survey? Show the data. Seriously, I'd like to see it, because if there's people hiring white people with felonies and not black people with masters, yeah, that needs to be addressed. You need to notify the authorities. There needs to be a congressional investigation on that. No, seriously. If that's true, we got to correct that, because that's not right. But he said it. She's aware of it. Okay. And how can I call him a liar? Because I don't know about this situation. But I would like to see the data. I mean, just saying. I mean, I don't believe it personally because I know how how it works legally with people with felons. They don't. Yeah, usually people don't hire people with felons, and they don't say, "Oh well, you got a felony." No. Oh, but you're white. Yeah, come on. Here you go.
Why don't these black men just go to Dwayne, the other guy there, because he has 3 businesses. He can hire them, right?
Yeah, and he's pro-black, and he's helping out black people, and he's
Yeah,
successful.
yeah. He can definitely give them a nice salary job with benefits and everything.
Yeah, unless it burns down by white supremacists. But okay, let's continue.
Hope, I saw you give Dr. Umar the side eye.
It's only because I can't. You have 1,001 clips on the internet, but I know for a fact that one of the things that I was offended about in doing research or just seeing you on the internet is that you have definitely talked about your disdain for some of the practices of Dr. Martin Luther King. So to sit here and gaslight us as if most of us have not seen.
That's not true. Find the clip. Find the clip.
Well, Dr. Umar, you yourself said you had you yourself just seconds ago said you did find some things in the civil rights movement problematic.
But I supported the movement, and I still support it. I visit
everyone supported
every time I'm in Atlanta. Nobody. I have never been
as a black man, as a black person in
If
America.
we're going to.
Oh, did she say black man? Did I catch her say that?
I don't know.
Wait, let's rewind it. I'm sorry. I think she said as a black man, she corrected herself.
Two brothers speaking of a greater context to the problems that affect black men, and you hear 2 intelligent, beautiful black women who
put it up a little bit.
Hey, beautiful black woman and beautiful trans woman. Get it right, Umar. Okay, let's continue.
going to keep scapegoating black men while ignoring the historical and contemporary systemic challenges that are constantly placed in our way. I'm going to say this and be quiet, Sister Tammy. I got to give you this. There was a recent piece of research, Tammy, that came out. And the research said a black man with a master's degree, they did a study. They had white males who had come out of prison apply for jobs. They had black men with master's degrees, Sister Tammy, apply for the jobs. And guess what? The white males with prison history and no education were called back more than 75% of the time than black men with.
Okay, they're called back 75% of the time. I think he's making up a lie. Were they hired, Umar? I wonder. Anyway, let's continue.
No prison history and a master's degree.
I'm aware of that. I am aware of that of that survey.
Tabby Mack is on the scene. She's aware. Okay.
I am. Hope, I saw you give Dr. Umar the side eye.
Okay, let's see if she says it.
It's only because I can't. You have 1,001 clips on the internet, but I know for a fact that one of the things that I was offended about in doing research or just seeing you on the internet is that you have definitely talked about your disdain for some of the practices of Dr. Martin Luther King. So to sit here and gaslight us as if most of us have not seen.
That's not true. Find the clip. Find the clip.
Well, Dr. Umar, you yourself said you had you yourself just seconds ago said you did find some things in the civil rights movement problematic.
But I supported the movement, and I still support it. I visit
everyone supported
every time I'm in Atlanta. Nobody. I have never been
as a black man.
Oh, did you hear it?
She did.
She did say that. She says as a black man, yeah. She caught herself. Anyway. Let's continue.
If we're going to have the conversation, let us be honest. Let's not misrepresent.
You're the only one not being honest, Umar. You're not being honest.
Find the clip. We don't have to argue about it. We don't have to argue about it.
You just admitted to it. We don't need it.
60 seconds left on the 60 seconds left on this segment. We won't be able to find the clip on this show.
Find the clip.
But Hope, finish. Hope.
Essentially, whether we find the clip or not, we know that those things have been said, and you know that you've said controversial things. Once again, we see you moving the goalpost when you find
controversial according to who?
We find, once again, because my thing is you and Cynthia can have that dynamic, but I give you the space to speak. I've given everybody that space to speak, so please don't interrupt me. At the end of the day,
you interrupted me as well. Let's be fair.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
And so once again, here we go in a space where Black women are making a point. It's more important to the
It's not about you being a woman. It was about you being incorrect. It has nothing to do with you being a woman. I respect you. You were incorrect. You were incorrect. I didn't have the issue with a woman. You were incorrect.
Well, let's all breathe in, breathe out, and I'll take a commercial break. All right?
She said something that was
We'll take a commercial break.
He's not
Right back
incorrect.
to wrap this up on the business of being Black.
They hate Black men. That's the problem. They hate.
Welcome back to Business of Being Black.
Oh my God.
Can we stop it there? That is their go-to. Everything you say to them, they hate Black men, but they've actually spoken of their disdain for Black women, and we never called them out on it. But everything that happens to them, every little paper cut they get, it's you hate Black men. It's like, no, life is what it is. You have to deal with it like everyone else does. Stop jumping to that. That's the ultimate in victim mentality. We always hate Black men.
And because they called him out on trying to use the civil rights movement as an example of something good that Black men have done, when he has said that it did nothing good, it did more harm than good in the past, he didn't expect them to call that out and to know his talking points. Okay, so they knew that, because I didn't know that he said that, but they knew that and they called it out and used it against him in the moment. And now it's they hate Black men. Why? Because they pointed out your obvious contradiction.
Yeah. I mean, he's so contradictory. He's a walking contradiction.
He's a walking contradiction.
Yeah, he makes no sense. And he's a big civil rights guy now. Okay. Yeah. And it's going to snow in July. Yeah, okay, whatever. Maybe on the other side of the world, but.
Yeah, okay. Argentina, I think they get snow in July.
Yeah, so. But. All right, Tammy Mack, take it away.
With Tammy Mack, I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being Black today is there a war being waged against Black men? Dr. Umar is getting it a little bit because he says the ladies are lying on him, and I suggest that you run through and roll through every interview and clip that Dr. Umar has to find the clip, as he would say.
Oh yeah, like they have time to find the clip on this show.
Cynthia,
all right.
Cynthia G did find the clip because not she didn't, but another guy named Themis and Thoth, he found the clip. So if you go to her community page, she posted where he found the clip.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I mean, she's saying find the clip, but I'm like on this show, like they got time. I mean, but yeah, I'm sure she did, but. I mean, just her saying that, it's like, okay, we're on a show. How can they do that right now?
Yeah.
But here we go.
One thing I agree with you on, Dr. Umar, is a lot of times when we have these conversations, we start comparing Black women to Black men, and we tear one down in order to make the other's point. And oftentimes when I have these debates on the business of being Black, I notice that is often the debate, to break the other person down rather than build them up. But I do want to do some comparative questioning right here. Do Black men face more obstacles than Black women? Dwan.
I don't want to put it in a more or less. We face different obstacles. But at the end of the day, this is what we can say is true. Black women have a safety net that Black men don't have. If a Black man loses his job, like earlier, what they're talking about earlier, Black men have no accountability. Well, if a Black man don't pay child support, he gets his license taken away, he gets his passport taken away, and he can't get a job.
Okay, that's all men.
Exactly.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I know white men that have to pay child support. Right. And if they don't, they're going to face the consequences. Mm-hmm. So that's not exclusively Black men.
And let me tell you something. Black men don't have oftentimes, when they're going to talk about their driver's license and stuff, they speed. They blow through traffic lights. Many of them are driving with suspended license is in the beginning.
Well, so that wouldn't be a thing. They just keep driving.
He's pulling white elephants out of the sky. That's what he's doing.
But everybody's held to child support.
Everybody's held to child support. It's a rule, a blanket rule across the board.
It's a law. You got to pay for your kids.
You got to pay.
Yeah, men expect men to take responsibility. Period.
And men don't provide things to other men. Men don't provide a safety net to other men. Men expect you, if you're able-bodied, if you're not, you don't have a disability, you're able to get up and work, you're able to take care of yourself, then that's what men expect other men to do. So a lot of times Black men do this. They sit up here and whine and cry that women have programs and women have access to a safety net, and a woman's not going to be in the same position as me if a woman has a chance to do this or do that. But it's like, well, yeah, she's a woman, and women and children, that's kind of part of being a woman or a child. You as a man, you're expected to be the provider, and you're expected to provide, including for yourself.
Yeah, and this argument's silly because, Black women are going to have more resources when it comes to children because the Black women have the children. They got to take care of the children. And yes, they'll get the welfare and food stamps or whatever government programs are so they can feed their children. So they're going to give it to the women. They're not going to give it to the guy. Oh yeah, you're a father. Here's some money, guy. But the children are with the women.
Right. At the same time, Black men have gotten welfare.
Exactly.
Even back in the 60s, when they were saying Black men were being taken out of the home, single Black fathers would get the same services that Black mothers would get. They would get help to go to school. They would get a maid because they didn't expect the men to be able to take care of the home. They would get a maid that Black women didn't get in order to help take care of children. So Black men have been given enough, and they've been given everything and more that anyone else has been given. Right. And I'm going to hit back on the point that I hit on before. Every resource you need in the world, you can Google it. If you have to find money, if you look for grants, there are services that you have to go and look for and go after them. Those services are not going to come to you anymore if they ever did. So you have access to everything you need. You have to go and get it. So that's what they're not doing.
Well, go ahead, Brent.
I'm sorry. And here's the thing. A single father with kids will get benefits too, like a single mother.
Right.
They will. If he's the sole parent and he's single, I mean, it's not like, hey, let's help out Black women and kick Black men to the curb, but like he's trying to say.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, if you actually, Cindy did this a long time ago. She pulled up the requirements to get welfare, because Black men always act like welfare was made for women. It's not made for women. It's not. If you read the requirements, it simply says the parent of a dependent child. It doesn't say female or woman. It says the parent. So either parent, whichever parent is the one that had the child, can get the welfare. Right. It's just that women are always the ones that have the children because all the men left.
Yeah, and and mostly women have the children, so they're going to get more of the resources,
right?
Because we got to take care of the children, guy. Come on, seriously. I mean, okay, I'm trying to understand this, but let's continue.
So there's accountability there. When it comes down to when a Black man messes up, he's going to go to prison far longer than anyone of any other race or any other sex.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
This is the one they always go with. In other words, I want to commit crimes and get low time too. Why don't you start being a leader and not commit crimes?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of that stuff is economical. People that have more money get better lawyers. People that have more money do less sentences. Look at OJ. Do you really think he had nothing to do with Nicole Simpson? I mean,
money in a dream.
I mean that's everybody's opinion, but he did no jail time, did he, for his wife's death? Did he? Or her boyfriend or whatever? Nope.
And
why did he get away with it?
Dream team. Money in a dream team.
Money in the dream team. Would the average blue collar guy have that? White, black, or whatever? So it's more of an economic level. It's not racial. I don't buy that it's racial. Oh, you're black, so we're going to give you more time. No, I think whoever has the best lawyers, the most money, gets the privilege. It's more of an economic privilege more than racial privilege. That's my opinion. That's my humble opinion.
Yeah.
But
well, and black women have been fighting for them for so long that, like I said, all laws are now being abolished anyway. So it's to the point where they're not getting jail time. They're being taken to prison for a day or two and getting right back out. So all this, oh, well, black men have to serve more time. No, you don't, because black women have been marching and protesting and making sure you don't. So that's a lie too, basically. And if you think it's still bad, then you go out and march and fight for yourself.
There you go. Okay, let's continue.
We have the most extreme consequences, but when it comes to a safety net for when we mess up, when we're down in our life, there are no programs for black men. You can't go through the government and say, hey, if the black men with children, here are this list of programs that only men can get.
Yeah, they have that if they're a single man. Now, if the woman has the children, no, you're not going to get nothing.
That's right.
I'm just...
Now, let me tell you something, though, Brent.
Yeah.
I don't know what other states that this was in, but during the 80s and the 90s, I think it was shut down by the governor that we had at the time, but single men, unemployed, could get a check and food stamps. They called it general assistance. Okay? I was a kid, but I knew people that were getting it. They were getting all the benefits just like a woman who had a child. And they were really offering, and here's the thing, they did not offer these services to students who were in universities. They offered them to those who were in community colleges. Yes. I know people who worked for the system in the state of Michigan. So that's what I'm saying. In the state of Michigan, I don't know about other states, during the 80s, the 70s, and the 80s, and I believe it was shut down in the 90s when we got Governor Engler. I think he brought an end to all of that. And he said, nope, welfare to work. He brought in the welfare to work program, and it put a lot of people to work. This is what I'm saying. A lot of people didn't want to work. They got very comfortable sitting at home, watching TV, having fun, spending their little money or whatever. It was all kinds of people who did go to work, and they built careers in the factory. There are people who, I'm telling you, I'm not talking about the last ban in the last 20 years, but I'm talking about prior to the last 20 years ago, these people were making very good money, and they never had to take out a student loan or have to get financial aid. Plus, they also had tuition reimbursement offered by the auto industry. Many of them did. When I was in school to get my first master's, many of the students that were sitting up in the classrooms that were white were earning degrees that were being paid for by the auto industry. And they weren't just offering those programs to the white employees. They were offering them to all of them. Many of them chose not to take them. And then they start whining and crying about it when they stripped that benefit away.
It's really ridiculous that black men sit up here and act like, oh, the government doesn't have any programs just for men. We want programs like, why do you need it to be just for men? Why do you want something that's just for you? Like, it's all, I just feel like there's a lot of competition in there. Like, well, the woman got a program. How come I can have a program? Well, the woman got a handle. How come I can? It's like, do you see yourself as a mother? Do you see yourself like as a woman that's home raising kids or something? They're always putting themselves in the same boat as like a single mother. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
They want to be children cared for.
They see themselves like that. Like it would be like me asking about how come there's no program for me as an able-bodied person, just like how there is for disabled people. You know, I want a program too. That's not fair.
Yeah, I want one too. I want to sit at home and get paid.
Yeah, let's just what are you talking? You're a man. You're a grown man. I thought y'all was all doing so great, and you're earning money, you're starting businesses. So what do you need these programs for?
Well, to help him with his business, so he can
Right.
get. Oh.
God, the whining. Like the whining is just so annoying.
Right.
Number
Okay.
one whiners.
But it's a whole lot of stuff out there for women. So what's happening, what I'm seeing right here is a lot of lies being told, but lies of omission. Omitting these safety, the fact that women have these safety nets that black men don't have, and also omitting the fact that in spite of all this, 3 out of 4 black men still get married to black women, and we.
Oh, I want to debunk this. 3 out of 4 black men still get married to black women. 3 out of 4. Do you guys believe that stat?
No, 3 out of 4 black men don't get married.
Exactly.
That's not.
But he's saying 3 out of 4 black men marry black women. The marriage rate is 25 to 30% in the black community. Mm-hmm. That's not 3 out of 4 black men. Sorry, guy. You're wrong on that one. And this is with stat. You know, they throw stats around. But if you really dig in stats, here's the thing. They always say that, 86% of black men marry black women, right?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds beautiful, right? They love black women. But if only 25 to 30% are getting married, so it's 86% of 25 to 30%.
Exactly. And they always conveniently leave that part out, Brendan. They know what they're doing, but they always leave that part out. 86% of it's a percentage of a small number. Okay. Yes. If 60% of black men overall were getting married, and then 80% out of that was marrying black women, that would be a much better statistic. But the number of marriage is so small in the first place that you could say 100% if you wanted to, and it still doesn't really mean anything because the number of marriage is so small.
Yeah, it still maxes out overall at 30%.
Yes.
The best situation. So, no, 80%, it sounds good, but no community has an 86% marriage rate. No, none. It just don't happen. So, it's silly, but he said 3 out of 4 black men marry black women.
Yeah, that is not true.
No, that's a lie.
That is not true.
That's some stat he probably heard somebody say and just repeated
it. And as much as black men, shame black women for not being married and being, unmarried and unmarriageable, where are they getting? Why are they bragging now about how much they get married to black women? Again, the contradiction. Again with the contradiction. Okay, how is that many black men married to black women when we're so unmarriageable, and we get divorced more than we get married, and black women can't get married, and black women can't get married, but you marry us the most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know what? They throw you under the bus with that. But if black women open up their options, those stats go from the worst to the best. But Miss Brio says he meant out of the black men that are married, 3 out of 4 to black women. Okay, that makes more sense. So out of the ones that are married, 3 out of 4 marry black women. Okay, that makes I can believe that better than just 3 out of 4 marry black women.
Yeah, but that's not what he said, and that's also a lie by omission. And I know for a fact we've all heard black men do this. Black men always leave out a part of the stat. They always say 86% of black men are married to black women. 80. They always throw that around. But they always leave out the part about the black men that aren't married to anybody. About how low the marriage rate is in general. They always do that. So he didn't say that. So I don't think that's what he meant. I think he just said that to make it sound like there's not a problem here.
Yeah. And this man is the one who was complaining earlier about a lie of omission.
Right.
And that's exactly what he just did. A lie of omission. So if he's so concerned about lies of omission, he shouldn't be telling them.
Yeah. But let's move on with this.
We still provide and we still do these things. So
But Dewan, what Cynthia would say is, how come you haven't created your own programs?
Well, I personally created my own program. I've written 2 books. You know what I mean?
Oh, 2 books is a program. Okay. So if I buy your book, do I get a program?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Let's continue. Look at the women. They're it's like they're about to laugh.
That's not a program.
No, I know. I also have a whole program on how to communicate to your children and how to communicate to families, because my thing is about solutions.
But you're talking about safety nets. So the question becomes, how come Black men haven't created safety nets?
Black men, the Nation of Islam created what they can create as far as safety nets go.
Okay, Nation of Islam, is that Black men?
What?
I guess it is in a way, but is that all Black men?
Yeah, the Nation of Islam is in one city in a country that's like bigger than most individual countries. Like we're the size of like 10 other countries.
Yeah,
so
I don't know what he meant.
Country that one city, one organization doesn't matter.
The Nation of Islam. You know what? I think that there is a lot of people that, if they weren't aware of the Black manosphere, if they weren't aware of this like contention online or the relation between Black men and Black women, I think a lot of people are watching this and getting it now. A lot of people are probably watching this and are starting to understand what exactly has been going on for so long. You ask Black men, what have you done? Since y'all are complaining so much about what you don't have, tell me what you have done. I wrote 2 books, The Nation of Islam. What? It is just so insane to me that these are the men that can't figure out why Black women don't want to submit to them.
Well, Okay, let's hear more of what he has to say. He's dropping gems right now.
Black independent organizations create safety nets for each other all the time. I'm talking about governmental.
Okay, what are the Black organizations that create safety
Nobody
nets?
knows.
I'm sure there's some out there that have some program or something.
Well, he just said that there is no safety net. And when Black men are down and out, they have nothing. But now Black organizations create safety nets all the time. There's tons of them.
So it's a big contradiction. It's like, what is it? Either you have it or you don't. Yeah. Okay.
Safety nets. We can't go to the United States and say, hey, we need something only for Black men, because it doesn't exist.
Why do you need something only for Black men? Why do you need something only for Black men? That's what I want to know. Why do you need something that's just for you and not for the women and children of your community as well? Why do y'all see the competition of it's not fair? They have it and I don't. That's really all this is. That's all he's saying. They have it and that's not fair. What about us?
I'll tell you what, Mary and Becky was only for Black men. They found their way to the Supreme Court to fight for that. The only reason they don't have anything that's quote unquote only for Black men is, number one, they wouldn't do anything with it. Number two, they are not standing up and saying, this is what we need. All right. Let's say all of a sudden magically Black men woke up and say, oh, we have to build for our community, but we need help from the government. All you would have to do is go to the government and fight the fights that Black women have been fighting since day one. And just like we've accomplished so much, you would get something. But because you don't want to stand up and fight for anything substantial, you're not getting it.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder if he's about done.
There's a whole welfare program coming out in Atlanta that's only for black women. Same thing in California.
Oh my God. Where are the okay. Do you want a program, sir? Okay.
The program is not for black women. Okay. The program is for mothers, the women who have the children that need provisions and that need food to eat, that need clothes to wear, they need a roof over their head. The program is for mothers. Okay, parents.
Well, maybe he wants to be a mother.
God, like this competition with like it's like yeah, they want to see black women with children just on the street or something. Like they want to see them on the corner living under a bridge.
Well, they got shelter and food.
Like it's really sick that you would be envious of a single mother that is getting help.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're supposed to be
really
providing
sick.
that help.
Wow. Okay, let's continue.
A whole universal basic income that only black women can qualify for. Black men can't get.
But do you believe that that's because black women came together and said we need a program?
No, the reason why that happens is because the white supremacist plays on this schism within black society, and they give one side greater gifts than the other, and that can lead to infighting. And then people who don't analyze what's really going on, they're going to just see the result and not see the cause and say what's wrong with black people. That's the government's.
Well, okay, let me break this down. Okay, this is first of all, as a man, I will give more resources to black women than black men. Yes, I will. I will give more resources to white women than white men. More resources to Asian women than Asian men. You know why? Because us as men, we provide for women. And here's the thing. I will not give the same resources to black men as black women. I mean, it's just a natural thing that men provide for women. I mean, it's silly. It's crazy. And I've had people send me comments on my channel like, you need to tell black women to stop tearing down black men. You need to make sure black women aren't doing this to black men. And I'm like, I'm a YouTube channel. It's like they want the same things that we give black women that we give it for black men.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes no sense to me because you're men. You compete for resources. And you know what? I'm not saying don't help out other men if they're in need or something happens. But what I'm saying is it's natural for us to provide for women. Right. That's what we do. It has nothing to do with tearing the black community apart because he'll say that's what it is. No, it isn't. It's just we're providing for women because women, are the weaker vessels. They're the mothers of children. So, yeah, we're going to have more compassion for women than men. I mean, come on. I mean, all seriousness. Where is this guy going with? Do you want Section 8 housing for men too? Do you want food stamps for men? Well, if you got the children with you, you'll get it. But if you don't, you're not. I don't know where he's really going with this. Is it just saying it's not fair?
Yes, he's saying it's not fair. It's not fair that black women, because I've heard a lot of other black men, black managed men as well, make this complaint constantly that black women are turning their backs on black men, selling black men out by accepting help from the government. Black men have this thing where we're not supposed to accept help from anybody else. Nobody else. We're supposed to just wait on them to do something. We're not supposed to accept help. And if we accept that help, then we are feeding into white supremacy's secret plot to destroy, to like come in between us and tear us apart. Because that's the goal at the end of the day. They have this plan to break up the black family by bribing black women with food stamps.
Yeah,
and gifts from the government.
Could it be that we just want them to have food and be taken care of? Or is it just that's a way to, get to black men by helping out black women? Yeah, that's a white supremacy move, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
whatever.
it's extremely mind-boggling that black men are still saying this. That like it causes infighting. Well, white men or the government or whomever you can't stand has to do your job for you because you can't do it because you're not doing it. Because you're not doing it. Black women only needed welfare and food stamps because their men were not providing. As the Moynihan report says that black men always want to reference, the welfare only expanded because of how much black men was deserting their families. Okay, so the government is doing what y'all are failing to do.
But it's unfair. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this up. Man, it's almost 1:00 in the morning where I'm at.
Tricks going on like it's always done. Let's elevate one group over the other and watch these two rascals fight each other. That's what's going on.
Okay, I'm not sure that anything governmental is a gift, though, but hope.
No, it isn't.
I think that when we talk about it, a lot of those programs, especially the ones from back in the day, since we are going to do the history thing, were not just made for black women, but black women accessed them because black women were the ones that were in the household that had to take care of whatever was left when the government did steal our black men away or when black men did fall into the hands of white supremacy. But
okay, that's interesting. Were black men taken away? And is that why black women needed government assistance?
I think she's being facetious.
Okay.
Black men walked away.
Yeah. She's using his words.
Oh, okay. Is that what she's doing? Because I'm trying to think, how were they taken away?
Yeah, how are they stolen away? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was like, okay, wait a minute. But okay.
Yep.
But maybe okay, facetious.
I also think that the question now is, if you don't see that those things are happening, if we're not seeing those things in influx, then what are the greater black male population doing to enforce that these things happen? When women want things, especially when black women want things, we get up, we say something, we talk about it, and we're going to talk about it till we're blue in the face and until we get those things done. A lot of the times what I find is that black men think that they can ride off of those things, and then when things come to pass and they're not put into the game plan, then you're upset. Then it's like, oh, well, we thought we were why? You did none of the work. You sat behind me and you watched me rally and you watched me do all of these things, and then you thought that you were going to benefit from it. And I'm sorry that I left you off, but honestly, when I was doing this work, it was hard to consider you, considering that I have to take care of you regardless in a lot of those spaces. But I also think that hit dogs will holler. If these things do not apply to you, then let's talk about how you help them to apply to the people that they do and pull those brothers out of the struggle instead of trying to defend something that does not apply to you. If it don't apply, let it fly, and let's figure out how to pull everybody into that fold instead of defending a narrative that you don't even conform to. Why are you so upset?
When I always hear, like, when you were talking about the government subsidies that black women have, it always makes me think about the movie Claudine with Diane Carroll and James Earl Jones. And, him being the trash man and having to hide him in the closet when the people came. So I do believe that it definitely was a setup for a letdown in the black community. Dr. Umar?
Yes, indeed. One of the problems with the conversation.
Look at him. Okay.
Not with you, Tammy, but
because Tammy's protecting you. Okay, continue.
Responses, they're so individualized. Nothing is being evaluated from a group perspective or a community perspective or a systems perspective or an institutional perspective. The bottom line is anything black men want to do to liberate ourselves or our community, we can't do it without our women. And anything our women want to do to liberate themselves or the community, they can't do it without the men. It is not a competition.
I call BS on that. You can liberate yourself with any race of person that loves you. You don't have to be with the same race. It's a segregated mindset this guy has.
And black women have done everything to liberate themselves and everybody from jump. So we've already been doing it by ourselves.
Yeah.
It should be a collaboration. But once again, some of us in the conversation are so filled with hatred for the opposite gender that we can never get around to talking about solutions. And in speaking of clips, Sister Tammy, there is one clip you might want to ask Sister Cynthia about, because it was sent to me by about 30 people several months ago, maybe even weeks, where she suggested that women, Black women, should abort their Black male fetuses because after birth, they would not contribute to anything worthwhile in the Black community. Could you ask her to clarify her comments?
I would love to.
Women, well, I would love to too, but we don't have time. So Dr. Umar, what I need.
Okay, he went off subject again. Yeah, but she was ready to clarify that. Wow.
Yeah,
Could I add something, because it doesn't just pertain to the movie Claudine? I think it refers to the welfare system. Based upon, I never benefited from it directly, but this is what I believe based upon what my sister told me what was going on in Claudine. First of all, James Earl Jones was not the father of any child in that house.
Thank you.
Okay, he was her boyfriend. Okay, and here's the reality of it. They did not say he couldn't live there. He had to claim his income. And if he claimed his income, that of course would make her therefore ineligible. So essentially, if James Earl Jones had been the father of those children and he had a job as a garbage man, she wouldn't qualify for it because he would be in the house. So this whole idea, see, unfortunately, Tammy probably is too young to come from a generation who truly understands what was going on in that movie. Okay, she watches it surfacely. Well, I have it on DVD and I've watched it several times. Plus, I have siblings who explain to me the welfare situation. James Earl Jones was not the father of those children. But once he married her, because at the end of the movie, he did marry her, that means he likely took her off of welfare, because when he came into that home, his income would have probably brought her up where she would not be able to qualify for it. So he was willing to do something that all those others, she had like 3 fathers, I think 3 or 4 fathers, married to 2 of them, had 2 boyfriends. There was a whole dichotomy going on. I mean, a whole situation. Nobody was really focusing on that because those fathers were not present. So the idea is that James Earl Jones was father. He was not the father. He was not being hidden because she had this magical parachute that sent him out of the house. No, Tammy is absolutely wrong. And this is what I hate when people watch movies and they don't pay attention to what's actually going on. And they repeat this stuff. This is exactly how the mindset became that welfare pushed Black men out of the household.
Yeah. And 2, for one, if she was hiding you in the house, then she didn't kick you out of the house, for one. Okay, so it's not both. If welfare took you out the home, then why was she hiding you in the closet?
Right.
All
and
right.
And here's the thing. It wasn't just she was hiding his presence. She was hiding the gifts that he was giving her. Because the thing, essentially, like any items he gave her, or any items that she acquired, they took those because when they gave her that apartment, very likely, they knew exactly how that apartment was furnished. So when anything that she acquired, they needed to know how she was able to acquire, because they pretty much with welfare have you locked and loaded, where you can't move left, right, up, down without triggering them some kind of way.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing with this whole stupid welfare thing. Welfare was a program for needy women. All right. They wasn't there to make a woman's life lavish. They gave you your minimum basic needs of food and shelter, barely clothing. Like even the kind of food you can buy was limited. Okay. They have a very, very strict on all of that. So they wasn't there to pay for a man to live in the house rent free, kick back and eat food and suck off of resources that he was not contributing to. If you're going to have a man in the house that's eating the food and drinking the drink and benefiting from heat in the wintertime and AC in the summertime, and he's sucking up resources, then he better be able to pay for those resources, because the government's not trying to take care of him. They're trying to take care of the dependent children in the house. The children, not the grown, not the woman's boyfriend. They wasn't trying to take care of grown men. So Black men keep trying to switch this around to make it seem like strong men wasn't allowed in the house. No, homosexuals weren't allowed in the house. Men that was looking to use, no homosexuals. With men that's looking to use women in relationships with women for resources, for food, clothing, and shelter for them. The government was not trying to support them.
Yeah. Homosexuals.
God.
Yeah. So can I say something too about the man in the house rule? I think that's what we're discussing, kind of anyway. Because that's what the black men keep saying. They were not allowed to be in the home. Okay, I looked it up. The man in the house rule, a regulation that was formally applied in certain jurisdictions that denied poor families welfare payments in the event that a man resided under the same roof with them. But that was before 1968 anyway, when once again a black woman went and had that rule overturned. So even though the man couldn't be at the in the home at a certain time, he could be in the home, after 1968. So obviously, they've never been kicked out of the home. If they can't handle 4 years of not being in the home, they're not worth it. Basically,
And
so it's like that rule was overturned.
Yeah.
Can I also clarify that rule though?
Yeah.
Because the rule that says the man in the house rule, the man in the house rule was a rule, but it was commonly referred to as the substitute father rule, because the man in the house was normally a non-related man, a man not related to the children in the house. Okay, so the biological father was not the one that was being kicked out of the house or not allowed. It was a whole different man, a substitute father. Yeah. The rule also continues that if the woman is continuing a sexual relationship, it says this, if you look it up and read it. It says if the woman is continuing a sexual relationship with this man, she is not going to qualify. Because if you're going to lay up in a house when you already need welfare for the children that you have that you need help with, and you're going to live in a house and make more children that are going to in turn need more welfare, then we assume that the man you're laying up with is a provider and can help take care of you, since you're going to keep making more babies with him. So even the man in the house rule was not a rule against the biological fathers of those kids. And the rule never said men aren't allowed. It said if you have a sexual relationship with him, he's not allowed.
Well, and how would you know that anyway? You'd have to spy on these people.
If you popped up pregnant, they would know. If you came in, if you came into the welfare office pregnant again with another baby, then they would know. And welfare and the government, well, like I said, they're not trying to take care of kids of black men that aren't sticking around, that aren't in the picture. And as a matter of fact, the Child Support Enforcement Agency was created because there was so many black men just having babies and walking away.
Yep.
I have no idea why black men think that the government wanted to raise all of your bastard children. Why do y'all think this is a secret government plot that the government wanted to do? Why would the government want to raise all of your kids for you? Why would they want to do that? They wanted to minimize welfare dependency. That's the only thing they wanted to do with the man in the house rule. They wanted to minimize welfare dependency. We don't need you popping up pregnant every year. We're needing more and more welfare, okay? Jesus.
And the biggest fraud to the system were women who were married or whose father of the children lived in the home de facto. She drew a check and he was pretty much not in the picture, but he was present. See, the thing is that they have manipulated a whole generation or two and twisted, because a lot of these children they don't know anything about the history of this system. So they have trained them to think on lies. This is why I say charlatans are very dangerous people. This is how they lead people all the way to a cliff and then tell them to jump, because people don't bother to go and research what Umar Johnson says, because it's not hard to find this information.
I just
very much.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this out.
You to do is tell us what you're working on so we can be a part of it.
Yes, indeed. This Saturday will be the second annual Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG Family Festival right here at 601 East 17th Street, Wilmington, Delaware. All free. Come out. We are looking forward to seeing everybody. Go to fdmgfestival.com to register for the free event. And please register for my new online video platform, www.
And White Zaddies, please participate and show up. Show your love for Dr. Umar.
drumar.tv. That's www.
Right next door to White Zaddy WWTV. The White Zaddy Academy next door from Dr. Umar.
Listen, Brent, you're too much. I can't with you, Fred. That's awesome.
Okay.
Umar.tv, and parents who need help with their children,
and parents that need help with raising your daughters to get with White Zaddy, come see me at www.
I'm gonna reserve that email address, whitezaddy.com. I love it.
I might have to create one, the White Zaddy Academy.
Oh God,
he's mad. You know what? He's jealous. He probably wants to get a White Zaddy too, but no. We don't do that at the Academy, Umar. You got to stay to your own side, buddy. Okay.
Education, ADHD, psychiatric medication, IEP, autism, learning disability. Reach out to me, 215-989-9858.
DeJuan, please tell us about your book, Tell It Like It Is.
Tell It Like It Is, The Art of Loving Communication. We can talk all...
The Art of Loving Black Women by White Zaddy. How to treat them right, how to protect them, how to make sure their lives are better, how to make sure they're lifted up and know how beautiful and valuable they are. That's me. Go ahead, DeJuan.
Today about bringing the Black family together, but we're not going to have the...
Bringing the interracial family together. Let's do it.
Look, he
Black
has an interracial family.
Until the Black family know how to talk to each other.
And where can we get the book? On Amazon?
We can get it at my website, breakthroughas.org.
Got it. Hope, please talk to me. Talk to me, sis.
So right now I have my book, Until I Met Black Men, available on Amazon or wherever books are sold. But also I want to bring attention back to Brittany Griner. She is still out there, and we have Black Feminist Future that you can follow on all platforms, including Instagram, that are helping to make sure that our sister gets home, because that's a huge thing right now that we're not talking about and that we're not discussing in the same way that we discuss when Black men are going through some of the same things.
Now, because this show is about the war waged against Black men, Until I Met Black Men, is that a good thing?
It's a great thing. It talks a lot. What a lot of people thought the book was going to be was a read towards all the Black men that I've met in my life, but what it really
But it is not. Right?
It is not.
All right.
Okay, the Black men you met in your life, is that before you transitioned?
It's actually about her transitioning journey. I looked it up.
Oh, is that what it's about?
It's a part of her transitioning journey. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Cynthia G, tell me about the content of your YouTube channel.
Bringing the smoke on Dr. Umar, roasting him down. Making him mad, making him look silly. That's anyway. No, I'll let her speak for herself.
Well, if anyone really wants to know about why selective breeding will be the best thing for our community, then they can come to my channel where I explain that, as I also talk about the dynamic between Black men and Black women, and Black women's need to have standards, expectations, and boundaries when dealing, especially with Black men, but any man in general, and open up your options too. Put you first.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She said it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! You know what? I wouldn't have thought in 1,000 years she'd say.
Oh no, Brent.
You don't know Cindy well.
Yeah, she's been changed over. She's been said. She said she was wrong for telling Black women not to date out. She was like, I was wrong when I told you not to do that.
No, seriously, I'm surprised because I remember back in the day, and I watched a lot of people on YouTube.
She's evolving.
Yeah.
Wow. Open up your. I know she says what's going on with Black men doing, horrible things, but open up your options. Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Austin Goddess said, can you play that back?
Yeah, let's hear that again. I'm just.
For you, Austin.
Yeah, we'll play it back.
It talks a lot. What a lot of people thought the book was going to be was a read towards all the Black men that I've met in my life.
I didn't really want to
But it
hear
is not.
It is not.
All right. Cynthia G, tell me about the content of your YouTube channel.
Well, if anyone really wants to know about why selective breeding will be the best thing for our community, then they can come to my channel where I explain.
And I think what she means is selective dating and marriage.
Right.
Exactly.
That's why I would interpret it.
Choose the best.
Yeah, exactly. Just to set standards, boundaries, and expectations on the main stage.
Okay.
That as I also talk about the dynamic between Black men and Black women, and Black women's need to have standards, expectations, and boundaries when dealing, especially with Black men, but any man in general. And open up your options too. Put you first. Stop thinking about Black men.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
like
look at
that.
these guys.
Put
They're
you
like,
first.
do you think these guys agree with it? I don't know. Maybe they're like, yeah, you know what? Maybe she's right.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, nah. But wow, that honestly, that surprised me. And I don't watch Cynthia G on a continuous basis. I know who she is. I know who Omar is.
Right.
These other people I don't know.
Right.
I just found out about them on this video.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say she's entertaining. She's fun to listen to.
Yes, she is.
And yeah, she gets me rolling laughing, and I don't even have to agree with her on anything, but I can laugh.
Yeah, and the thing is that you pretty much how she's gonna. You pretty much already know when she comes up, especially now that she's dropped her cape. You pretty much know how she's gonna handle herself.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really have to follow her religiously unless you just need that constant, that shot of tequila that she delivers. But other than that, you pretty much know exactly where she's coming from. That's why everybody pretty much knew that Omar Johnson's minions were selling, wolf tickets when they said he schooled her. No, you didn't.
Yeah, no, he didn't at all.
You can't school her. No. You can't fool her if you're coming like he is, because he picks one little thing out and then he stands on Black male victimhood, and she is current. Is speaking based upon what is logical, what is factual, and she is no longer letting them use these excuses, because what they're doing is they're terrorizing Black women because they do not want to work and be earners and be providers. Plain and simple.
Yeah, and they try to pick it apart. Well, these were great men, civil rights guys, and they did good things. Well, yeah, but these ladies want to talk about the here and now, what's going on. They don't want to get a history lesson going back and back and
then they want to, and then if you go back, they want to thwart history, because see, that's the thing. One of the things that Umar Johnson that I despise in him, he plays to unintelligent Black men and Black people in general who do not know the history of the Atlantic slave trade. Before the Mayflower, okay? They don't want to talk about that, okay? And that's the reason why, and they play to that. They have crafted, just like anything else that comes out of his mouth, like with the welfare, pushing the Black man out, they have picked apart the parts that they want. They've said it over and over and over so many times, like a drill. And they have indoctrinated people into believing what they want them to believe. And it never gets old, especially when you have someone like Sanjeev coming to the panel. She doesn't have to have a doctorate degree. No one has to have a doctorate degree to know the facts. All you got to do is pull up your phone, your smart device, and you can Google anything and pull up any information you want to verify for yourself. Yeah. Everybody knows that he has a problem with Dr. King. Everybody on that panel, whether anybody knows him or sits and listens to him religiously, knows exactly who he stumps for and who he doesn't. Okay. Yeah. I remember when some years ago, I haven't had a good vibe on him ever since he called Barack Obama's mom a whore. That woman was married to that man. How dare you call her a whore?
He did that?
Yes, he did.
Wow. Well, I mean, wow. Yeah,
I'm going to jump off because it's like really late here and I'm really tired.
Oh yeah, I'm going to close it out too. Yeah.
But I just really am so glad that I happened to be strolling through and I caught you going live, and I'm so glad I was able to come on because I haven't seen you in a long time. So this was great. I really enjoyed it. I'll be coming back to YouTube very soon. I definitely want to go in a little bit more of a different direction, but we have to I really like talking about this kind of thing because it debunks so many of the long running lies Black men have been telling. If they really exposed, if nothing else, Black men have exposed how they have been professional victims for decades.
Yeah.
That's all that's exposed. I don't know how anybody thinks he schooled her or he smoked her. All they did was expose their professional victimhood. And it's no wonder why Black women cannot submit to these men or don't want to be with these men or are tired of being around them. Because we're tired of men that don't want to be men. It's enough already. Like nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. So this was an excellent like conversation, and I'm really glad that you covered it. I appreciate. I really love your perspective. Like you were hilarious.
Thank you so much. I had a good time tonight. I did. We went 5 hours, and you know why we went 5 hours? Because we broke this down segment by segment by segment. And you ladies, I mean, you hit it on point, and it made sense. And you know, this was, you know, I didn't plan on going this long, but you know what? When we dug into it, it happened that way. And you know, this stuff needs to be debunked. Umar needs somebody to stand up to him and say, you know what you're saying is crap, because it is. And you
you're
know,
the man, Brent. You're the man. You're the man for the job. I nominate
okay. I accept. Now I'm going to have to open up my school. No, I better not say that, because I be honest, I don't have the resources. Umar does, but I think he squanders the money. Just my opinion.
He does. Listen, Brent, those trap bandos that Umar has are gonna go up for tax sale really quickly, so you can get them cheap.
Oh, okay.
he has a tax bill of like $400,000 or something.
Oh goodness!
It's never gonna happen. So yeah, they're not gonna be around very much longer. Thank you very much. It was a great conversation.
Thank you so much.
Into this with me. I promised I would be here because I wanted you to review this video, and so I enjoyed the night and information. And you're right. We need to tell the truth about what's going on.
We
and
do.
Let people live and be happy. I think that the biggest priority, my favorite thing is what Sinji said when she said, put yourself first. Yes. I have to go with what's best for me. And I wish the same for everybody. Right. I don't believe in anyone being trapped or, you know, committed to something that, you know, committed to men who aren't going to honor them and respect them. So yeah, we as Black women really need to open our options, just, you know, do what's best for us, whatever that may be individually, and move on from things that just you know, I feel like at this point Black men oppress us more than anyone, and that it's not worth it to stand by that anymore.
Yeah. And seriously, yeah, Black women, do what's best for you. Make it about you, ladies. You know, you be the prize. A man that wants to be with you needs to earn that privilege, earn that blessing. Okay. And don't settle for nothing less. Don't date down. Don't marry down. Make the man come up to your level or exceed your level. Let's put it that way. Because ladies, you should never settle for less, because you are the prize. You're the beautiful one. The Bible says you're the treasure, and you are, ladies. Keep that in mind. But anyway, guys, Kay the Creator, you know, creating one, what's on your mind, hashtag Black Woman, pro-white leadership. Thank you, ladies, for joining me on this discussion. This was a good discussion, one that needed to happen. Yeah. And yeah, it lasted over 5 hours, but it was definitely needed. And we need to dig into this stuff, you know. But I had a good time tonight. I enjoyed it. This has been a long day and night for me on YouTube. I've never done 3 lives in a row, but
nice.
But I had a good time the whole time. And ladies, remember, you're the treasure. You're the blessing. Black women, you are the best choice. You are the best option. You're the biggest blessing. And I'll see you probably in a day or two. I got to take a break tomorrow. I got to catch up on my rest. But I'll see you, ladies. And thank you so much. This was fun tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope. And if anybody came in late, watch the preview. I don't know if you want to watch 5 hours of YouTube, but you can fast forward through and get to certain points. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and close. Thank you for such a good night, ladies, and the men out there on the channel too. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks. Have a good night.
And God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you soon in a couple days, okay? Have a good night. All right, bye. Okay, and that's it. So I'll see you guys on the next next video. Give me a couple days to recharge, and we'll be back on it again. And if there's any content you want me to cover, if you want to do a show with me, a one-on-one, just let me know. Send me an email. And I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. God bless.